Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Before that, we would appreciate it if you could kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode.
In addition, please allow us to review a few technical details to reduce the noise on Zoom. Please turn off the microphone on your devices.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. We are delighted to welcome you to Selika Hotel Samarinda, East Kalimantan, for the opening ceremony of the annual conference held by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Malaysia University. I'm Farah Shahriza Setiawan.
And I'm Sandy Fatal Rahman. Welcome to the 4th Esic Educational Sciences International Conference 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us thank God, the Almighty, for blessing us to attend this event today. Also, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to Director of Malayalaman University, Professor Dr. Haji Masjaya, MSc, who has joined us on Zoom. The Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Dr. Muhammad Amir Masruhin, MPhil. Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education for Academic Affairs, Dr. Haji Zulkarnain, MSc.
Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education for General Affairs and Finance, Dr. Sunardi, SSNU. Vice Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education for Students and Alumni Affairs, Dr. Haji Yudhoyono, MSc.
Also, to the honorable keynote speakers, Professor K.B. Chandra from Utah State University of USA, Professor Benjamin Raab from University of Cologne, Germany, Professor Stephen Hall from Sunway University, Malaysia,
Professor Yoshisuke Kumano from Shizuoka University, Japan, and to Professor Handoko MPD, Dr. Hasbi Shamsir MHum, Dr. Zulkarnain MSc, and Dr. Iwan Setiawan MPD from Malayalaman University.
And to all presenters and participants of the 4th Esic 2021 who are joining us in Selika Ballroom, Zoom, and YouTube live streaming platforms.
The 4th Educational Sciences International Conference, or Esic, is an international conference devoted to the educational theory and practice, especially on teaching and learning.
The general objective of Esic is to provide a platform and stimulate discussions on issues surrounding education in general, teacher professional development, technology in education, teaching media, teaching language and literature, gender in education, as well as higher education management related areas.
These conferences provide a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with teaching and learning in various areas. As such, these conferences will feature presentations by international speakers which are cutting-edge session topics.
For our first agenda, let's sing the national anthem of Indonesia and Malayalaman University anthem. All participants are invited to stand up during the singing.
Universitas Mula Warman, langkah ke masa depan. Ilmu di dada, agama di jiwa, berasas Pancasila. Universitas Mula Warman, harmoni kehidupan. Universitas Mula Warman, tonggak sejati nusa bangsa Indonesia. Universitas Mula Warman, denyut nadi masa datang. Ilmu di dada, agama di jiwa, berbakti untuk negara. Universitas Mula Warman Jaya. Jaya.
Students may be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to get more blessings for our event, we would like to invite Haji Mahmud PhD to lead us in a prayer.
Marilah pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini sejenak kita mengkhusyukkan kita pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini diberi kemudahan dan kelancaran dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Untuk yang beragama Islam, doa ini kami pandu, dan yang non-muslim untuk bisa menyesuaikan. Ala haziniyah wa ala kulliyaniyatin salihatin. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, arrahmanir rahim, maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، حمدا الناعمين حمدا الشاكرين، حمدا يوفي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم فصل وسلم على نبينا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا، ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت السميع العليم. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين، وارزقنا فهم النبيين والإلهام الملائكة المقربين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يسر لنا الأمور واشرح لنا الصدور واقض لنا الحوائج. اللهم ارزقنا علما وارزقنا فهما في الليل والنهار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم ادفع عنا الغلاء والبلاء والوباء والقران وغيرها، وادفع عنا الزلازل والربا وسوء الفتن والمحن ما ظهر منها وما بطن، عن بلدنا هذا خاصة وعن بلدان المسلمين عامة. العامة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم إنا نسألك حبك وحب من يحبك والعمل الذي يقربنا إلى حبك. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من علم لا ينفع ومن قلب لا يخشع ومن دعاء لا يستجب له. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك الرحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وادخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم بفضل سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Haji Makmum PhD, for the prayer.
Without waiting any longer, we are now going to proceed to the first opening speech, delivered by the chairperson of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Reza MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Masya-Allah, la ilaha illallah. Bismillah, masya-Allah, wala haula wala quwwata illa billah. La ilaha illallah al-mujib kulli zaman. La ilaha al-ma'budu kalimakan. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Al-Fadilah Rektor Universiti Mula Warman Profesor Dr. Haji Mas Jaya MSI, Al-Fadilah Din Ekip Mula Warman Universiti Dr. Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Amin Masruhim, Al-Fadilah Deputi Din Wan Ekip Universitas Munawarman Dr. Haji Julkanain MSI, Al-Fadilah Deputi Tun Ekip Dr. Andes Haji Sunati MHum, Fadilah Din Tri Ekip Dr. Haji Yudho Dwiyono MPD, saya Datuk Mukarram, keynote speaker buat from Agwat and from internal ekip. Datuk Mukarram, presenter and participant student. What we brought and committee comrade worked hard to help carry out Esic poll is according with progressive FKIP. We need to report that is the Esic activity. There are 91 articles where the participants come from various regions in Indonesia and abroad, well, from various universities consisting element of teaching, staff, participant, student. With the synergy of these various elements is expert and knowledge, research and explain for all to us. Participant in this activity is part of mandatory billing research grant from the faculty, teacher training on education for lecture, research grant and publication assistance of international seminar for studies. For student. Finally, to our practice incorporate the activity, we wish you are happy following and connecting the seminar. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always guide and bless you. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. We ask for willingness of director to be willing, give speed and the same time open peace activity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Reza, for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us in this opening ceremony, two of our invited keynote speakers, esteemed Professor Yoshisuke Kimano from Shizuoka University of Japan, and Professor Stephen Hall from Sunway University, Malaysia. A very warm welcome, professors.
To give more encouragement to our participants, we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education to deliver a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Amir Nasruddin MKes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. The Honorable Rector of Nurul University, Professor Dr. Haji Mas Jaya MSc, the Honorable President 1, Dr. Joe Karnain, President 2, Dr. Sunardi M.Hum, the Honorable Head Doctor Program of Management Education, Murawar University, Dr. Hasbi Samsir M.Hum, the Honorable Headmaster Program of Management Prof. Jeddah, Biology Education, Dr. Elsa, Semester Education, Dr. Usman, Master Education Language, Dr. Yusuf Hudiono, and Master English Education, Dr. Arida. The Honorable all head of study program and undergraduate program, the Honorable for our special guest lecture, Professor Dr. Katie Tran, Utah State University, USA, Professor Yoshisuke Kumano, PhD, Shizuoka University, Japan, Professor Dr. Stephen Hall, Sunway University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Retnat Benjamin Roth, University of
Kolotny, German, and Professor Dr. Haroko, Dr. Jur Karnain, Dr. Hasbi Sansir, and Dr. Iwan Setiawan from Warman University, Indonesia. Participants and all beloved students, in this precious moment, let we first express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted us with blessing. So we call together here today to attend the offering of International Conference on the Four Education Science
Samsir from FKIP Unmul and Dr. Iwan Setiawan from FKIP Unmul. Ladies and gentlemen, and all audiences, I hope that the conference would be able to achieve its objective in establishing scientific communication between academics, researchers, and participants, and will as community in the life of education in generating ideas of thoughts to improve the quality of education in this digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, and all audience. Finally, I wish you a very productive conference, will exciting discussion, and also exchange of knowledge. Thank you for joining this conference. I hope you will enjoy the conference by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this for Education Sciences International Conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the speech and opening the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is now ended. Thank you very much for attending the ceremony. Now, we will have a photo session. We would like to invite Professor Haji Muhammad Amir Masrudin, Dr. Zulkarnain, Dr. Sunardi, Dr. Yuda Diono, Dr. Reza, Profesor Dr. Hardoko, Dr. Hasbi Syamsir, and Dr. Iwan Setiawan to come to the stage to have the photo session. Professor Mustila will also be going to the frame to take a picture. Thank you very much. Thank you to Professor and Professor Mas Jaya for joining the photo session.
Now, this is the time for us to enjoy a dance performance by the students of Economic Education Program. This dance is contemporary dance route on traditional dance of Kenya tribe. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Burai Enggang Dance.
India tari letup burai enggang, tarian kontemporer yang menggambarkan seorang atau pemuda yang selalu giat menjaga gadis-gadis khas Dayak tentunya, seperti seluruh keluarga Mas Resources yang selalu menjaga aset dari perusahaan tercinta ini. Boleh kita aplaus sekali lagi yang meriah untuk tari letup burai enggang.
gentlemen, this is now coffee break session. Coffee, tea, and snacks are available in the back corner of this room. After the coffee break, at 9:45, we will continue the conference session delivered by keynote speakers in this building. Thank you.
gitu.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Jaya. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Jaya. Assalamualaikum, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak. Selamat.
Saya kerja, Pak. Ketua panitia.
Ya, selamat ya, sukses.
Iya, Pak.
Ya.
Terima kasih, Pak. Maaf,
Iya.
masih ada kekurangan, Pak.
Aku boleh anu kan, link kan?
Oh ya, Pak. Monggo, Pak. Sekali lagi
Oke, ya.
terima kasih, Pak.
Makasih banyak ya, sukses acaranya.
Iya, Pak.
Mantap.
Ya,
Terima kasih, Pak. Terima kasih. Ya, Waalaikumsalam.
salam.
Welcome back to the conference. Welcome back to the conference. We are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. There is to hear the first keynote speech, which will be delivered by Professor Yoshisuke Kumano, PhD, from Shizuoka University of Japan. The keynote speech will be accompanied by Ms. Nurul Fitriah Sulaiman, PhD, as the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Yoshisuke and Ms. Nurul Fitriah Sulaiman, PhD.
Hello, this is Kumano speaking. Dr. Nurul? I'm here. Hey.
I see. How are you, Sensei?
I'm very well. I'm ready to have a keynote speech now.
It is a little bit...
Go ahead.
Okay. You just finish your morning class this... Since we are running a hybrid conference, so in front of me we have around 100 participants here. The following keynote speakers are joining us in Zoom meeting. I guess the IT team still preparing how to make the voice, your voice, the picture, and the live streaming on YouTube run smoothly. I hope it's okay for you to wait a little bit more. Sensei, how about now?
Well, sound system, maybe some of your friends at the hall, maybe one person mic on, right? You can ask everybody, please turn off your mic. Mr. Kasumawati, I don't know, he's there or not.
I see.
I can start any time, so please go ahead.
Okay. Your voice is a little bit small, I guess, in my... Since would you try to share your screen? Let me test a little bit.
So, Dr. Nulu, I should wait another minute. What is happening there? Can you share with me?
Sensei, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you. Not so clear, but that's okay.
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 Yeah. Now I think we are okay, Sensei.
Yeah, sound is better. You have a new picture. Yeah. Okay.
Sensei, thank you for waiting.
Oh, no. Not at all. Killer Papa.
Okay. Sensei, is it the time for Ohayo gozaimasu or konnichiwa?
Oh, this is still Ohayo gozaimasu. Yes. Japan time is 10:54. Almost 11 o'clock.
So konnichiwa is better.
Well,
I see.
still Ohayo gozaimasu is okay.
Okay then. Sensei, Ohayo gozaimasu.
Hi, Ohayo gozaimasu.
Then we will start now. I guess we are ready to start now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all of participants of Esic 2021. Welcome to our first keynote session. My name is Nurul. I will be the moderator for this session. Our keynote speaker for this session is Professor Yoshisuke Kumano. Kumano Sensei is my former supervisor in Shizuoka University, Japan. Kumano Sensei now is an emeritus professor in Shizuoka University. Sensei graduated from University of Iowa for doctoral degree, master degree from University of Tsukuba, and bachelor degree from Miyagi University, Japan. Various research and professional activities have been conducted by him in science and STEM education. The time for presentation is 45 minutes. Then we will have another 15 minutes for Q&A and discussion. For today's session, Sensei will talk about status study on the Japanese pre-service secondary science and STEM teachers and those relation to new movement of Society 5. To Kumano Sensei, time is yours.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Kumano Yoshisuke, emeritus professor and then appointed professor at Shizuoka University.
Yes.
Okay. So is that okay to share my slides?
Yes.
Well, it is my great honor. Is that, can you see the slides already? Part one?
It's coming.
Oh, maybe coming, okay. Can you see this?
Yes. Sensei, would you mind to make it larger for the audience?
Okay. slideshow, right? Slideshow.
Yes.
Just a moment. Slideshow, and then from the beginning. Okay, maybe a little bit bigger.
Yes,
Well,
yes, it's clear now.
okay, so time is a little bit ahead that I got from 45, but it is already 12 minutes going. But could you provide me 10 minutes plus, or what do you think?
Yes, yes, of course.
Maybe okay, but a little bit shorter maybe. Okay, it is my great honor for me to have a keynote speech at the Fourth Educational Science International Conference at Muravalman University. My pronunciation is okay or not. Muravarman is very difficult for most of the Japanese people anyway. But today, my focus is that status study on the Japanese pre-service secondary science and STEM or STEAM teachers and those relation to new movement of society 5.0. So maybe a lot of talking, so maybe a little bit boring, but I will do my best. Introduction, common ideas of standardization. Well, each country, I'm sure you have a standardization to be a certain subject teacher. For me, I got a license to teach at the high school, middle school, but I don't have a license for elementary school. Anyway, maybe many people here, most of the people and then professors, maybe you have a license to teach in certain subject, right? In education, we may say that Japan have done the standardization on education in terms of teacher education by educational related law, LAW. So each country, I'm sure you have a law, right? But unfortunately, the people who got a license in the United States, it is difficult, I mean, almost by law. So if you come to Japan, if you have a license from Indonesian university, if you come to Japan, you cannot teach basically in the normal system. But there are another system that you can teach in another country, always. For the globalization, I'd like to talk more today. One of the focus is globalization. We need exchange credits and a degree in terms of teacher education. So then we need more exchanges of students and professors between Asian countries. So today's kind of speech is that we are looking for some future. The people who have a license teaching certain subject can teach to another, move to another country, and you can be a teacher. How could you do that? But at this moment, we cannot do that, right? Because this is by law. So we have to change international law or whatever it is. So at this moment, we cannot. Okay, we need more exchanges of students and professors between not only Asian countries, globally. I think we should exchange more people. At Faculty of Education at governmental or private university, the standardization was settled down. So in the case of Japan, after the World War II, in the context of Japan, you know, whatever you go to private, whatever you go to governmental university, there is a special system that every university have a certain subject concerning to the license of each subject, whatever science, social studies, whatever it is, physics, biology, whatever it is. So what were the three basic directions? Practical abilities that generate taking action with global prospects. Practical abilities which need to live on in dynamically changing society, so-called after that. In the case of Japan, we start saying society 5.0 after the 2016 actually. But most of my talk today before and after. I'm talking about 20 years, kind of what's going on in Japan. And then we need more communication with Japan and Indonesia need to develop more interesting story, okay? Practical abilities which need to accomplish tasks as a teacher. Well, this part, the third part is, I think, every country practicing in-service teacher training anyway. Well, this is a little bit about 5.0. At this moment in Indonesia and Japan, we are this system. There is lots of computer, many professors using clouding system, right? Whatever you are, if you develop a sentence, if you move to your house or mansion, you can still collect your sentence. So your sentence, you can share whatever you are. So whatever I will move to Indonesia, I can still change my PowerPoint, right? If all of the data is in cloud. So I believe this is a good system, but if you are smart enough, there are some people who can get, dump into the cloud and then you can change my sentence, right? So there is a security needed. That is 4.0. But if you move to a society 5.0, what is happening? The density of the information kind of techniques, I mean, the physically, the density of the information is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. 5.0, generation of 5.0 system, it's already there. Maybe many of your country people start using that. Your cell phone gradually changing to 5.0 generation. That means you can manipulate big data from your cell phone. But if all of the computer change to 5.0, what is happening? In your computer, there are lots of sensor already getting there. Authorized people, governmental people, information-oriented companies, they can collect all the data from your cell phone, such as where do you go, what kind of food you have done, and lunchtime, dinner time, and then the information, get together. Most of the people in Indonesia, what kind of drinking they like, what kind of food you like. And then some company thinking to prepare, we try to export certain material to your country because of the big data, well, something like that. All of those kind of things will be done if it is generation 6.0, maybe 1,000 bigger information density than now, and then many things will be changed. And then that, well, there is a physical space, which is three-dimensional reality which you are living. But there is a virtual space, which is connected to each other. There are going to be lots of change you are going to have, right? So you need to prepare for that time. So teachers also should understand this changing from 4.0 to 5.0. So the Japanese government getting more serious now. So ideas of society 5.0 started mainly from 2016. Japan, the government, headquarter office at the government, they decided we need to put a lot of budget for those areas, including education, because the education is most important for the future. Now we can identify this is, kind of social security system. I mean, we need to educate well-skilled people as soon as possible. Okay, so then why not the teachers? But we don't have enough budget. We don't have enough computer, which is already five generation system or 6 generation system, which didn't come up yet. So if you take a look at the Japanese government, lots of home pages, you can easily to find 5 society 5.0 now. Well, students couldn't deepen their own specific academic field. many of the time, these lectures were too academic and not much concerned to elementary school, middle school, high school. I mean that the student thinking the subject which you are transporting to the student, maybe they are not so, I mean, they cannot connect it to the real life now. So you need to connect each other, right? For compulsory education means in the case of Japan, elementary school and middle school, up to ninth grade, we say middle school third year, which is ninth grade. High school is not compulsory in the Japanese educational law, but compulsory education may be expanded in the future. But high school, most of the 97% of all population of Japan go to high school. So almost we can identify high school also compulsory. However, we had too much focus on academic subjects and too less focus on teaching method. Well, I'm talking here is about university level. University level. The government identified this, but I think academic subject is very important because my background, I went to Faculty of Science kind of things. However, the university is that education-oriented governmental university, but my undergraduate dissertation was about geology. You know, I like geology and earth and space science. So academic subject for me, it's very important. But for the student, if you talk about too much academic stuff, it is difficult for them to get into the same area. Used to be, I'm talking about 20 years ago, in Japan, teaching method. I mean, if you want to be a science teacher, you have to take a lot of academic subject, lots of. But, you know, if I compare with 20 years ago, there were not much teaching method at the time. So the government tried to change the regulation, LAW, okay? And other learning, which directly connected to practical education and student affairs, okay? So I'm going to talk about that, how we changed. But I think this is good or not. How could you judge it? So maybe different story. There was not much organizational systematization under the university curriculum at that time, 20 years ago. The fundamental views for the framework are as following. So we try to change the framework to achieve the abilities which take an action with global prospectus. You know, the fourth Educational Science International Conference here, your target is towards a sustainable future of education, right? So pretty much connected with yours too. Then now, you know, in Glasgow, in United Kingdom, we have, you know, kind of they are talking all over the most of the country, governmental prime minister get together. They're talking about SDGs, right? So that's, I hopefully we are really thinking about sustainability is very important. Okay, to achieve the abilities to survive in the dynamically changing society. Well, this is, we are talking about 2011. We had a huge earthquake and then great tsunami getting to Japan, northern part of Japan. And then we are getting serious that mitigation, maybe many people may not understand, but reduce the casualty. Do you know the casualty? Reduce the number of people who damaged by the natural hazard or human hazard, whatever. That is so-called mitigation. This is the one of the part of SDGs, one of the part of numbers within the 17 goals. And then to achieve the abilities that directly connected with practical leadership, we need a people who will take leadership. And then curriculum management. This is talking about the leadership of the principal, vice principal, curriculum specialist. Those people need to understand how could you change your school. So the preschool, we should put into the in-service teacher training at the university level. I think I'm sure Mulawarman and other educational university might move to this direction, curriculum management already. In the case of Shizuoka University, we changed from master course of, let's say, a graduate school of science education to kind of graduate school for educating leadership in education. So I'm going to talk more about later about this. Okay. Well, this is the kind of now present system that this is elementary school people. Specific subject means in the case of science education, we are talking about science, the certificate to teach science, okay? In elementary school, the specific subject, the physics, chemistry, biology, and arts and space science, they can take only 8, 2 in the case of Japan. And in junior high school, you know, it's a 20 credit, physics, chemistry, biology, arts and space science. So that means in divided 4, so that physics, they will study only 5 credit. 20 years ago, let's say, this was 40. So great change, reduced the number of specific subject by law. Most of the science professional science people, scientists, they are so sad because most of the big university, Tokyo University, Osaka University, Nagoya University, faculty of science people, many people go to middle school science teacher. And then that the professors, there is the positions for the PhD people in faculty of science people can take some the faculty of education professors because they so on so far we need a people who really understand, got a PhD in pure science, can teach the students who'd like to be science teacher. All right. So for me, this great decision is in a sense very sad. But most of the students have to take another teaching subject that is so-called science education method. You know, method, science education method. How could you develop good science lessons? You know, how to teach science, how to develop a good science lesson study. You know, so now all of the country of Japan, the people who got a license in science, teacher, they knew more about how to develop a good lesson plan, you know, those kind of things. But they have a fewer background of a pure science. Is this good or not? Within a few years, I think within 10 years, we can evaluate, is this good or not? For me, I like the contents of science. I am a little bit worried about that. But in the case of high school, junior high, senior high, there are many science teachers still who would like to choose to be a high school teacher from faculty of science, faculty of agriculture, faculty of engineering. Those people, many people go to, get a career to be a high school teacher. My course, 20, I'm already 67, so 40 or 45 years ago, I was a high school and then 6 years program, private high school and middle school teacher. So at that time, most of the people got a master degree in physics, chemistry and biology and arts and space science. In my case, at that time I had master degree, but I choose to have a scholarship from Japanese government, US government, so-called Fulbright scholarship. And then I moved to University of Iowa for my PhD after 11-year teaching, you know. So that was long days ago. Okay, so I'm sure in Indonesia you have the similar table. And then maybe Indonesia you are teaching more credit in pure science, maybe, or pure subject. Okay, so I'd like to say now in Japan, the Faculty of Education, teaching subjects of such as teaching method of any subject and counseling, those kind of things. You know, how could you read the mind of a student? Were enlarged. Specific subjects are decreased dramatically from 40 credits to 20 credit, surprisingly. So the pure science professors now, you know, if the Faculty of Science people agreed, those professors moved to pure science faculty of, you know, they moved their position to pure science area. Maybe they're happy, they are not happy. There are some professors who doesn't have enough paper. They have to stay at the Faculty of Education. So what is happening in your country? Focusing on teaching methods, students guiding, and students counseling, and so on. All right. On 14th, more changes which students have to practice in the context of schools, such as lesson studies and discussions or argumentations on their learning material in science. Well, I was a member for JICA project to UPI, and then that Malan, and then Yogyakarta. I periodically, about 15 years ago, I went to your country every year, and I stayed 1 month. And we try to develop good lessons. You know, we provide lots of totally. We try to change your experimental room for physics, chemistry, and biology. I found that there's no experimental room for Earth and space science, but many of the space science was the part of physics. And also in chemistry, there are certain minerals. So Earth and space science is divided into three. Biology, people will take care about paleontology. So it was interesting to find it out. And then I know that that is a European system. So in your case, Dutch system, Holland system was getting into your country, I think. In the case of Japan, US system getting into our country. So as a result of that, very interesting story coming out. But anyway, in these days, STEM or STEAM education, we need a lot of argument. So our argument, we already focus on that from 2014. But more focus coming down 2016 in the case of Japan. I started my study on STEM and STEAM education from 2012. I had another scholarship from the Japanese government, the United States government. Again, the second time of Fulbright. For 3 months, I went to University of Iowa. I visited many University of Nebraska, University of Minnesota, University of State University of Iowa, and I went to Washington, D.C. periodically. Within the 3 months, I found that in the United States, STEM education getting the central part for education. I found they developed a national law, public law for STEM education in 2015. So all of globally, many people start worry about science and technology, and then the system is changing, but it is interesting to finding that. But our university system is slowly moving to STEAM now, but it will be coming pretty soon. I was invited to the president of Yamagata University, and then we had a discussion about how the university will change to STEAM now. But also, Shizuoka University, we develop a STEAM Education Institute within the Faculty of Education. Myself, but lots of good reputation for us. Thank you very much for my students, PhD graduates, including Dr. Nurul. Thank you very much for your effort at Shizuoka University. I'm very appreciated. So the professors in specific subject have been developing omnibus lectures. Instead of teaching them physics, chemistry, biology, separately, but omnibus lectures. The student can get physics, chemistry, biology, arts and space science as an omnibus lecture. So 2 days like physics, 2 days chemistry, 2 days biology, 2 days, those kind of stuff was developed. More than 5 professors from specific area of science with education researchers in certain unit. So that the Faculty of Education, Shizuoka University developed these kind of unit. Not only Shizuoka University, but also all of the Faculty of Education in Japan. Well, they are reduced a number of pure science. For me, this is a sad story. For the specialists in education in another area, they are getting busier. They have to develop more classes. Okay, we have to develop new science teaching method courses concerning to science education for SDGs and STEM or STEAM. Well, this is getting more and more gradually. Autonomous kind of the professors at the starting point. 2012, when I started, nobody really understand what is STEM. But now, 2021, because of the by laws, starting from 2016, Society 5.0, many professors start identifying STEM is important. STEM is important now, all over the country now. Government try to provide lots of budget for research in STEM or STEAM. Maybe more than 100 professors all over the country, they got a grant, special grant from the government. And also, I'm going to talk more. Every ministry of whatever, they have to communicate with the idea of Society 5.0. Pure physics courses were decreased from 11 to 5 in the same manner. 11 credit to 8 in biology. Biology, okay, a little bit more. And then 13 to 7 in our science. In the chemistry, well, in the chemistry professor was not much. So 7 credit to 7 chemistry was not changed somehow at Shizuoka University. Accordingly, all of the Faculty of Education in Japan, they reduced the number of pure science. Science education method courses were increased. That is my background. Science education method increased from 2 to 5 subjects. This is not credit, this is subject, okay? Each subject have 3 credit, okay? New subjects were developed such as second language for communication, basic for information processing, yes, informatics, getting more compulsory course, all of the people in Shizuoka University. So informatics people getting busier and busier. So we are asking, by the informatics people to conduct certain lessons, we share to develop informatics for undergraduate, okay? Interestingly, this teachers' education does not change until 3.11, 2011. Japan had a greater disaster from Fuji earthquake, as I said before, and then this was the great, damage for the country, so-called Higashi Nippon, Nippon Dai Shinsai. This is Japanese word, and nuclear. Unfortunately, at the same time, a nuclear plant accident was, coming down. There was a meltdown. This is maybe connected with the natural hazard, but this is maybe human hazard, because the nuclear plant, which we bought from United States, I'm sorry to say this, but the Japanese engineers didn't move the special, if there's something happened like earthquake, the main kind of nuclear power plant was because of the Fuji earthquake, they stopped. But we need to start the special engine to cool down the uraniums. But cool down system was under basement. because that is made in the United States. But this is the problem of the engineers of Japanese people. They should move that emergency motor should be the top of the nuclear plant, but they didn't. So, but there is a lots of problems why we didn't realize that. So please check, because Indonesia also surrounded by the ocean, same things might happen. Please move the special motor, emergency motor to the higher part of the nuclear plant. I think Indonesia, you have fewer, maybe 1 or 2 nuclear plants you have. Please think about it as soon as possible. But it was our mistake. Anyway, this natural hazard and human hazard changes that Japanese education system. The Ministry of Education of Japan makes the start re-examination of educational policy on the June 14th, 2013. The second basic plan for the promotion of education was developed. Okay, for the overcome of Japanese crisis of education policy, there are 4 basic educational policy directions. Oh, Nurul-san, my time is, how much do I have? 45 to 45. I have, now is that, I have another
10 minutes.
What did you say? 10 minutes?
Yes.
Are you sure? Give me, okay, I will, catch up. Okay, I skipped my brother. My brother is very famous in my hometown, all of the prefecture and Miyagi prefecture, but that's okay. We are learning the importance of hazard education, radiation education, mitigation education, maybe same as Indonesia. 4 basic educational policy directions to avoid crisis. Well, developing social competencies for survival, individual autonomy, and collaboration in a diversified and rapidly changing society. Okay, developing human resources for a brighter future, fostering individuals who create change and new values, and who lead in each field of society. Establishing learning safety net, a wide range of learning opportunities accessible to everyone, and then establishing vibrant or energetic communities based on strong bonds society, which encourages nurturing people who then build society in a virtuous cycle. Okay, many laws were amended after the disaster. Educational personnel certificate law, national curriculum standards, science and technology basic law. Okay, activation needed, R&D in education needed. The second basic plan for the promotion of education of 2013. The third basic plan for the promotion of education was settled down 2018. So maybe these 5 years is getting kind of gradually our society moving toward to society 5.0. Okay, maybe I don't have enough time talking about detail of that, but anyway, the later part, is important. Autonomous improvement is important. However, the government asks each university, the university is harder to change, okay? Autonomous changing is the best way. Okay, the third basic plan, 2018, this is the home pages, and I'm going to hand it to you, the PowerPoint. You can take a look at that in English, okay? Now we have the third basic plan towards to 2030. This is and steamifying, okay? It's really, as a government, steamifying model schools has been working in many places of Japan, among maybe more than 400 schools. It's getting quicker. This is the kind of strides which we are doing. We got a budget from the government, and then Dr. Nurul also, she was working one of the part of this project. Thank you for that. and then doing very well. We have more than 70 to 80, elementary school and middle school student working with us. Each student have to develop their own research, but we will provide them STEM education. This is the kind of home pages. Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, so-called METI, got a huge amount of budget to conduct STEAMifying in many schools now. So they said running innovation. So that is coming out. We are trying to catching up Australia, United Kingdom, catch up the Canada, catch up United States now. So surprisingly. Okay, conclusion for part one. This is actually part one. I may not have enough time to have a part two. The globalization is very important. The government want to develop U and U negotiation. Actually, UPI and then Shizuoka University, we are sister university. According to this tendency, I will. And then quickly, I would like to talk a little bit standardization for the best practice science and then STEM and STEAM teachers in Japan. But maybe I don't have enough time, but best practice teachers we needed. This is the idea, how can we develop good sistership among many, but so that the people who are connected with the president or vice president in your university, you can write a letter to the Japanese government or university. They're happy to communicate to be a sister school, maybe because they got a budget from the universe, from the MEX, means the Ministry of Education. So I will a little bit quickly. This is globalization of universities. The Ministry of Education tried to ask, and then that from framework for Asian Research Center for standardization and globalization of teacher education. I think we should promote this kind of idea using a lot of budget, ODA, maybe JICA, and then joint funding systems such as UNESCO. I think we should develop more, we should communicate more using international funding, okay? So, and then I think we can change something into a better communication between many countries. This is the kind of OECD PISA 2021 I go through. And then this is the kind of, they say scientific literacy. They do not change much. They didn't put engineering into here yet. But I am thinking they might have to put the nature of engineering, some of the part of this figure. Okay, maybe many people already knew about this. Then Japan, our framework is still here, same as the OECD framework. But this is a framework of the United States. They decided let's say 20 to 25% of the science lesson, they included engineering. The unit is still there, physics, chemistry, biology, arts and space science. But in each unit, they put the idea of this idea. Once you understand some of the part of science, they always in a textbook and then hand out everything, and they should, a great connection to engineering. Then let the student understand how innovation developed. Okay, so that is the idea of the United States. And then they are connected to big ideas, which is what is the concept of energy, what is the concept of system, and then what is cause and effect scientifically, whatever. So those learning, they so-called three-dimensional learning in the United States. How do you like these kind of idea? How could you input to your context of Indonesia? How do we put into the context of Japan? We are seriously discussing in many areas of Japan. And then many schools try to STEAMifying now, more than 400 schools. So you will please keep watching us, and then there's going to be an interesting story coming up in Japan for Indonesia. I think this is the end of the story. Terima kasih. So mic to Nulu. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I cannot hear Nulul. Please use the chat. Maybe if you have questions.
Okay. Thank you, Sensei, for your wonderful presentation. I guess it is kind of, you need more time to explaining the teacher system in Japan, and it was wonderful to share with all of our audience here. Comes from, I guess, mostly from Faculty of Education. So thank you for sharing. Many people get new ideas of how in teacher preparation program, Japan moving from a single subject toward a more integrated subject like STEM subject. Okay, for all of the audience, if you have something to share with Kumano Sensei or some question, please raise your hand. Yes. Sensei, we have audience that want to ask something to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes that the sound is not clear, so Nulu's English is clear enough. So you can duplicate the question again, please. Anyway,
Yeah, not yet.
Let me listen. Yeah.
Yes. He's coming.
Yeah, I can see.
Is it clear on your side, our voice?
I can hear Nulu's voice, but I cannot hear his voice. Cannot hear. The mic doesn't connected to the.
Okay.
Well, good morning, Professor Joshi.
A little bit. In a loud voice, please.
Okay. Well, actually, this question, I was thinking this about probably 5 years ago. Yeah. It's a kind of story about how 7 years ago.
When Nagasaki and Hiroshima bombed by USA American, and at that time, the Hirohito Empire how many teachers have. Is that true?
Could you give me your, you say again in English?
All the general at that time. And then one question has come up. How many teachers? Actually, I tried to find out through the references, even in Japan, but I didn't find it. This told me, it's every year, every teacher's day, that cases come out. Because you are, I think it's the right time to be asked to. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Nuru, I couldn't hear well. Could you say again, please? Thank you. Oh, I cannot hear. No. I cannot hear. No. Well, control people, please help her. it's rather better to write a chat. If he has a computer, write a sentence into the chat. I cannot hear. Mm.
How about now?
Getting better.
So the question is, among Indonesian people, we heard stories that during the Nagasaki and Hiroshima situation, there was like teacher is very important for Japanese people to check and then to continue the education system. Is that right? And then what is the story from your side?
Oh, well, I didn't focus that on Nagasaki, Hiroshima. That's a nuclear bomb he's talking about, right? And then teacher is very important, right? Yes. Well, I didn't get exactly what he'd like to ask, but not only nuclear bomb, but also the Japan, we have a typhoon, we have a huge earthquake, we have a volcanic eruptions, and then those kind of natural hazard plus human-made hazard. Okay, so hazard education, mitigation education, always very important. There is a community after the tsunami came, some community who has a good leader. Some of them is the principal of teachers. They help to run away to a higher part of the location, and then some part, none of the people died because of the leadership. So it is very important in a school that teacher try to educate a good leadership system among the community. That is true in a sense. And then the people who know science very well, the people who know social studies, however, any subject, the people who really can communicate with another people using those specialty, those people can help the peoples, and then the casualty getting smaller, mitigation, education connected with that. So, and also COVID-19, this is also biology area and connected with biological hazard. So if you know more about the COVID-19 or whatever, those virus, you can prevent the people who will die. So those things is, science and technology and engineering and mathematics, STEAM education, those knowledge, the government and then people in the community should work together, trust each other, and then work together. And then we can reduce the number of casualty. Casualty means that people who will, got some problems or died because of that. So we can reduce the number of casualty. Okay. So yes, what you said, your question is, education is the base for the people, for the country. Yes. So we need a people. High quality teachers are the key for the country. Same things. Yes, you're right.
Okay, Sensei, thank you. So I guess from the beginning, teacher is very important for Japanese government and the concept of Japan as country. Not only during the Hiroshima and Nagasaki situation, but until now, because some disaster situation always or sometimes happen on Japan, and then teacher becoming leaders that help also the society to reduce the damage of some kind of hazard like earthquake. Thank you, Sensei. I guess now it is clearer. Dr. Hasbi, do you want to give a feedback from your question?
Say and gather all the general and up to the general issue that how many teachers are left, because the emperor very they do like that the teachers quite important. If you have class, you can Japan, Japan is a normal people. That's why they have the emperor for the first time there. Is it true that story? Because I tried to ask my friend, please come out to the library, please search it. Because every year in Indonesia, these stories come up. And my friend independent, oh no, I'm trying to find it. Oh, but you didn't find it. So because you are the professor today, please just say, is it true? The emperor is saying, yeah.
Is it clear on your side, Sensei? So during after the Nagasaki and Hiroshima, is it true that the Emperor of Japan asking?
Louder, please. Louder. Mhm.
Is it true, Sensei, during or after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki disaster, the Emperor of Japan asking, like calculating the number of teachers left in Japan?
Oh.
Did you hear some story like that? Because those stories really, like many times, yeah, Indonesian people heard about that story.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So, is it not on your?
The emperor, the important sentence. Say again.
After the Hiroshima and Nagasaki
Yeah.
situation,
Yeah.
is that true that like it is becoming important for the emperor to count how many teachers left in Japan after this, after the bombing situation?
Ah, well, at that time, the end of the World War II, right? So the emperor, because of that nuclear bomb, the emperor decided that we should stop war. We should give up, stop the war. He decided by himself, and then he had a radio, using radio system. He talked to everybody in Japan, but at that time before the World War II, still, I mean, everybody believed that. I mean, many people a little might people thinking that society of Japan is kind of crazy, maybe because that we need to win the game. But as a society, I think well-structured society even before the World War II. But the way of thinking is maybe that kind of top to kind of monarchy. I mean that emperor controlled everything. We believe he is not human being. We believe that he is the God, right? So at that time, seems like the society is, I mean, teachers, and then many people thinking that they obeyed everything toward to, I mean, obedience is very important at the time. Teachers is really control all over the schools, and then that mayors of each cities, well structured, and then people believe that those system is the best system. But after the World War II, everything changed. We will move to democracy. But emperor become a symbol. So the question is that maybe the teacher's position when we changed before and after, how was the teacher changed in that way? But I think emperor identify teachers are very important, and then they are communicating with the schools very well. And then there are two different society. However, as I see, listen to my father died at the age of 75, and he went to Southeast Asia, and then he moved to mainland China, and then he fight with the Russian people, and then Soviet Union people, and moved to captured by the Russian people, and he stayed in Siberia for 5 years. So as I see my father, he had a great shock that we lost the war anyway, so that the values of the people is totally changed. But if we compare with two society, I think our Japanese society still there is a values there as a country who which is small country, but we try to fight with another big country, you know. But this is it's really, if you think about the war, why war was happening, why we defeated, I mean, by the another big country. This is the first time for Japan conquered by another country. So that lots of story coming up now in Japan, and then we are looking back the history. This is very important for those people who are in Japan. It's why we had a war, why we stopped, and then what is the function of teachers at the time, and then what is the function of the teachers now. We should, without any emotions, we should think about that. And then any society, I believe teachers are the key. And then as a human being, I think we should think about that. Teachers is always important. Well, I can't tell in this way. I wonder I answer correctly, but I am sure Emperor treat teachers very well at that time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your confirmation, Sensei. Okay, now we are moving to the next question. Okay, please, Dr. Jamil. Sensei, we have second question for you.
Good morning, Bro Josie. I'm Jamil from Mulawarman University.
Yep. Hello.
Professor's presenting was very interesting this morning. I want to ask.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'm sorry, I cannot hear. So the Nulu, you can translate, please. You can repeat, please.
Sensei, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
The question is basically Dr. Jamil asked you in English, but the system not really good, so you cannot hear the question directly. I guess the question is, what is the strategies in Japan situation? What is your strategies to increase the competencies in education and in for teacher and education in each level?
In each level means when you say each level means which level? Mhm. I think I should be there. Competency, right?
Yes, Sensei, for elementary school,
Elementary
junior
school.
high school, for all of the level of education until university level.
Well, strategy should be different, right? Well, we have a course of study, you know, which is mandated. I think Indonesia, you have the course of study too. So for the elementary school, we identify the students are not the theoretical. Well, it is difficult for the elementary school people to identify the like specific kind of principles or laws of science, whatever those, not theoretical. So we ask the elementary school student teachers should be identified that children's kind of way of understanding of the natural phenomena. So more, experiment, not specific element, but we would like to provide them a lot of experience connected with that pure science. So the most of the experiment, when you say at the elementary level, is the starting point, and then they can feel, they can hear, five sense, six sense, five sense, including gravitation. We have six sense. So the real kind of practice for the elementary school. So the teacher should, connected with those kind of basic idea. So focus is there. Elementary school and then that elementary, high school, and then toward to university. More kind of we are getting into the kind of theory, scientific theory oriented, and how to develop those kind of theory, what kind of rules in science. So, I mean, focusing more fundamental understanding of pure science. But we are adding more, which is using understanding those kind of pure science. How could you apply to real kind of real life for the human society? So application of science getting more important. So gradually, well, we should provide the teachers how could you develop good lessons for each development of the human being. So that is the focus. That is the strategy. And then at the pre-service teacher education, they should understand those. This is basically everywhere in the most of the country. I think they are focusing on that. But what is changing is we need to understand how the innovation developed. This is, we didn't focus yet. So that is in the university now. Well, we should provide those ideas as much as we could. I hope science teachers' case, they should put those ideas into science lessons in each level. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, my voice is clear enough or not.
It's clear.
Nulur, I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Okay. Now is
No, it's okay.
Okay, very clear now.
Okay, Sensei. Now I guess from the discussion, we understood that Japan as a national government having a wide idea of society 5.0, and then interpretation of 5.0 gradually coming to the education level from elementary school until university, and also to the teacher preparation program.
Yes.
Sensei, thank you very much for your time. It is an honor for us to have you. And we do really hope that sometimes you can visit us here in Mula Warman University. Thank you, Sensei. This is the end of our session.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good conference. See you again.
See you. See you.
Thank you.
Will be delivered by Dr. Zulkarnain, MSc, from Lawangan University, Indonesia. The keynote speech will be assisted by Mr. Aton Nuryadin, PhD, as the moderator. Dr. Zulkarnain, MSc, and Mr. Aton Nuryadin, PhD, the floor is yours.
Betul.
Banyak pertanyaan tadi. Dari semua sudah dua.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih. Dengar, Pak. Dengar, Pak. Hah? Enggak dengar dia. Dia langsung kecil suaranya. Waktu sambutan tadi waktu. Kecuali kalau langsung sini sih. Kalau pakai ini resek-resek dia.
Udah mau nih, cek. Satu, dua, satu.
Ya.
Cek 1, 2. Cek.
Ini ada tes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Atin Nuryadin as the moderator for this session. Now we are moving to the next keynote session that will be presented by Dr. Zulkarnain. Good morning, Dr. Zulkarnain. He graduated from Surabaya State University for his doctoral program and from Gajah Mada University for his master degree, and finally from Indonesia University of Education for his bachelor degree. Various research and professional activities in educational field have been conducted by him. And he is currently serving as Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education for Academic Affairs in Mulaulan University. Dr. Zulkarnain, the presentation will be presented for about 40 minutes, and we will have 20 minutes for discussion session. For this session, Dr. Zulkarnain is going to present his presentation about curriculum updating, aligning prospective teacher competencies with future community needs. Without further ado, let's start this session. Dr. Zulkarnain, now the time is yours.
Ya. Thank you, Mr. Hatun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. May God bless us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to see you now. And for who don't not know me, let me introduce myself. I'm Zulkarnain. I'm a lecturer of education program, a physics education program, education faculty, Munawar University. And now I want to present, of course, about my opinion based on my experience. During my experience as a lecturer and as a educator in the education field. Okay. Okay, so let's get start. You can see in my slide, in line with the theme of this conference, toward a sustainable future of education, preparing teacher and prospective teacher for digital age. Now, I want to share we want to see our curriculum, and I have chosen my topic today. I give the title of this curriculum updating, aligning prospective teacher competencies with future community need. Yeah. Okay. Mana? Ya, ganjil ya. Ya, the next. Yeah. Okay. As you can see in my slide in the phone, yeah. Many times we can find the word like you see in my slide: thinking skill, critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, collaborative, and many others. And you can find also in our thesis, our student thesis. Yeah. These words maybe according to my opinion, it is only on paper. Yeah, only on paper. Why? Why my opinion like this? Yeah, you can you may think that in our curriculum atau in when we teach in the class, maybe we will maybe we will ask for ourselves, yeah. Example, thinking skill. The question is, have you provided our student the good knowledge about the thinking skill? Have we provided our student good knowledge about critical thinking and the others? Okay. Also, maybe we can think about how we make something question with this word, yeah, with this word. Have we provided our student how to train this skill, how to train this skill collaborative, for example, to our student in my class. This is why in this stage I want to share about this. Yeah? I want to discuss with all of you how to do with this word. Okay. Okay. You know what is this? This is a graph, yeah, a picture about word. In the left side there is word, yeah, there is sentence, conquer, the parental gitu ya. Yeah. What does it mean? Yeah. In Indonesia, we can say it's menaklukkan dunia. Ya, menaklukkan dunia. Our focus here, this is only for motivation, for our motivation, how, if we want to conquer the world, so the answer is the power of mind. The power of mind. Okay. What is the purpose of this? What is the goal of this presentation? I will to invite you to realize that our curriculum need to be updated so that you know that what competencies should be included in the curriculum, especially for prospective teachers, so that they are in line with the need of the community, the need of the future community. Okay, let's start. Yeah. The first I headline the concept, the definition of curriculum. Curriculum is formed to achieve certain goals, to produce graduates with a certain profile according to the needs of users. Therefore, the promotion of the curriculum is adjusted to the need of the community. You can see in my slide there are two languages, in Indonesia, in English. Yeah. I hope this will make you easy to understand what I want to share with you. Okay, the profile of the graduate is not fully in accordance with the needs of the next community. Therefore, curriculum that is able to accommodate the current and the future needs of the community is what required. Okay, our focus is now how to we update our curriculum so it's in line with the need of the future community. Okay. Okay. In the top of this slides, sustainable future education. What does that mean? It means that education is able to accommodate the current and the future need of society. This definition of sustainable future of education is the theme of this conference. So, what question that we will try to answer, there are 3 points. The first is, what kind of curriculum is capable of producing graduates according to the current and the future needs community? The second, is the existing curriculum able to accommodate the current and the future needs of the community? And that, if not, what should we do to produce the curriculum, especially for the curriculum for the prospective teacher? let's move. Yeah. I will invite you discuss the first question, what kind of curriculum and produce in line produce for curriculum for prostate teacher who meet current and future need of society. Okay, let us see in the middle of the picture the prospective teacher curriculum. So what have been being in the prospective curriculum? At least there are four things, 4 points that must be considered in the prospective teacher curriculum. The first, 21st century learners needs. The education for sustainable development just now have been discussed also by Mr. Kumano, and sustainable development goals. The third is digital literacy, and the fourth, local wisdom literacy. Okay. We will look each topic. The first 21st century learning. Yeah. Okay. This slide present the component of the need of 21st century learner. You can see in the front in the slide there are 4 components. What is the student need, the learner need in 21st century? You can see in the top is knowledge. Yeah. How in our prospective curriculum we must consider what the knowledge must be given to our students. What we know, what understand, what our students have to know, what have to our students have to understand. Yeah. You can see interdisciplinarity, traditional, it's basic mathematics, yeah, physics, chemistry, social, yeah, modern categories, example entrepreneurship, and some whose the special term global literacy, just now also have been discussed by Mr. Komodo about the globalization of education. The next is skill. How we use what we know, how we use what we know. This is not enough if our students only have the knowledge, only know the knowledge, but didn't know what have to do with this knowledge. Also, therefore, the skill have to how to use our knowledge to do something is useful for us. Okay. I know we are often observe this 4C, creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration. It is the basic skill we have given to our student, prospective teacher. Okay, the next component is character. Character is how we behave and engage in the world. Yeah, the mindfulness, curiosity, courage, resilience, ethic, leadership. Okay, character. Each one in unity. The fourth in unity. Okay, the fourth is the fourth component is meta learning, metacognition. Metacognition. Metacognition is we know what we know. Yeah. What we have not known. Yeah. We know what we can see our ability, our competency by ourselves. Metacognition. Four component of this unit is have been apa itu? There is in my curriculum 2013 curriculum. You can see as in the standard SKL learning outcome in our 2013 curriculum. There are four components of the learning outcome: knowledge, skill, character, and metacognition. Okay. Now, okay. This is only explanation that I have done just now. Yeah. Okay. You can see this sentence. The curriculum of prospective teacher must pay attention to need of 21st century student. Consists of need of knowledge, skill, character, and metacognition. Okay. Yeah. Something that must be we have to give attention is the task of the college faculty of education is to prepare the curriculum that give our graduates the ability to meet the needs of this student. Okay. The next, how about the sustainable development goal? Yeah, if you find, you can find in the internet, there are 17 goals in the SDGs. One of them, the fourth goal of the SDGs is education. Education for sustainable development. Empower learner of all age to the knowledge, skill, value, and attitude to address the interconnected global challenges we are facing, including climate change, environmental degradation, loss of biodiversity, poverty, and inequality. It is the world's problem, and we have play a role. Yeah, we have to play our role to together with other people in the world how to address this problem. About this problem. Okay. The next, I headline the sub skill in the SDGs on education. The first if you find this in the internet, there are 10, yeah? 10, 10 qualification of the fourth education and stages. And I choose only two of them. One, relevant skill for this work. A skill acquisition. According to UNESCO, until 2030, okay, yeah. Jadi, substantially, there is increasing the number of youths and adults that who have relevant skill, including technical and vocational skill for employment, decent job, and entrepreneurship. Yeah, including technical vocational skill for employer. Nah, this is, if you notice what the commander said just now, this is related to how we given the skill for our student, the practical skill, the practical skill in line with the needs of industry, the need of industry, the need of our community with vocational skill. Beyond which specific skill, emphasis must be placed on developing high-level cognitive or non-cognitive transferable skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, creative teamwork, communication skill, and conflict resolution. That means that, yeah, every skill we have given to our student is including the high level of cognitive, not only practicing light seperti bukan tukang ya, but more than professional. This in the level professional, have skill and have the high cognitive skill, problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, teamwork. Okay. And the second term I choose from the 10 of the digits in the education field. It is education for sustainable development and global citizenship. Yeah, this is by UNESCO until 2030. Ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skill needed to promote sustainable development, including, among the others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity, and of cultural distribution to sustainable development. And the knowledge, skill, value, and attitude required by citizens to lead productive life, make informed decisions, and assume active role locally and globally in facing and resolving global challenges that can be acquired through education for sustainable development and global citizen education, which includes peace and human rights education, as well as intercultural education and education for international understanding. So, what does it mean? I share you this this material I hope we have this skill when we want to update our curriculum. This skill have to consider that we to address in my new curriculum. Okay. Only 10 menit, yeah. Okay. The next that's probably considered in address in my curriculum updating is digital literacy. Yeah. Digital literacy. It is important. Yeah. I think the definition of the digital literacy from for this year. Digital literacy is the ability to understand and use information in various form and obtain from various sources of from computer. Yeah, later, Mr. Dr. Iwan will discuss digital literacy because it is expressed in this term, in this topic. Mr. Iwan? Okay. Yeah, in this the topic, yeah, digital literacy will be parts of Dr. Iwan presentation later. Okay. Nah, the next local wisdom, yeah, alam ya, at 10 minutes. Okay, local wisdom literacy. We know we have basic scientific pattern. You know, it is PIP unmul, pola ilmiah pokok unmul. What is that? Is human tropical forest literasi. Literasi hutan tropis lembab. Yeah. As the graduate of Mulawaram University, we have good literacy of human tropical forest literacy. I try to make a definition of this pattern. Yeah, human tropical forest literacy is having good knowledge, attitude, and skill which are useful in the management and utilization of human tropical forest for the welfare and the community. I think it is must consider address in our updating curriculum. And don't forget the problem of our city, Samarinda. Yeah, fraud. Yeah, fraud literacy. So there's something is a problem for our community. I think it must be addressed, must be included, considered in our curriculum. I just literacy is important thing. The problem must be solved for ourselves. What literacy is having good knowledge, attitude, and skill that are useful for fighting fraud, which often occurs. Okay. As the format of the curriculum, you can see. Lupa saya. Yeah. Next, okay. I forget that there are operator for this. Okay. This is the format how we develop our curriculum. Yeah. Standards. Okay. We have to standard and standard of assessment, curriculum and instruction, and who will conduct it. Yeah. Of course, here is a lecturer, a teacher, and how learning environment that must be arranged. So the goal of the curriculum can be easy to reach. Okay. This the basics of our curriculum. So the content of our curriculum content consists of that I have present just now. Yeah, that requires skill. There is a key subject. Key subject 3R is reading, writing, arithmetic. Okay, and century theme. Yeah, theme. Theme ini theme. Here is the theme is apa? In line with the community need. Yeah. Okay, learning and operation skill and information technology skill. Okay. Now, the question is, have the curriculum for our prospective teacher meet the demand of the future education of the future community? Okay. Actually, attitude, knowledge, and skill aspects and specific skill itu have been there is in our curriculum in active in our faculty, but but there is something I think there's something is not there's something missing. There is nothing. There is something that do not run. Do not run. Good run. Do not good run. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We can see whether the curriculum for our prospective teacher have met the expectation of future education. Okay. Yeah. Okay, one important thing that I have observed is that we are not used to assessing the achievement of other component. Yeah, we used to only assess the knowledge component, but the other component is not yet we assess, like student thinking skill, creative skill, collaboration, communication skill. I think we have not done to assess this thinking skill. Okay. Now, what is what we have to do? To repair, to update our curriculum. One is, according to me, regarding the relevant skill for lesson work, has the learning outcome of the study program accommodate the need of the industry, which required expertise courses to study program. Okay. Two, we have provided we have to provide adequate knowledge of thinking skill to in our prospective teacher curriculum. And three, we have to equip our credit how to turn thinking skill to students how to assess them. Okay, what should we do? One, reinforce the promotion of graduate learning outcomes related to the competency of prospective teacher graduates that are in line with the competencies needed by 21st century society. Two, provide teaching material to achieve these competencies. Three, consistently assess the achievement of this competency. Okay, the closing, not the close, the end, the end sentence. All planning and activities in higher education must lead to one goal: to produce quality graduates who are really needed by the community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulkarnain, for the great presentation. It's about about the consideration, how to update our recent curriculum to adjust the competency of prospective teacher to the future requirements of our society. Okay, now we are in the discussion session. If you have any question, please kindly raise your hand. Tadi ibu yang dari jawab dulu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am from graduate Taut Unsi, Samarinda. Thank you for being able we came to join here. Yeah. Okay. As we know, teacher in the school now just theoretical learning. They teach basis on book, just on book, yeah. My question, how change the teacher pattern from the theoretical book to the creative, innovative, and critical thinking, so that's they can create a grow creative, innovative, and critical student. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the questions. Okay, with the questions is about now, as we know that many teachers are teaching based on books. Yes. Now, how to teach to produce student with innovative and
Okay. Yeah. I think we know how the teaching learning in our school is most of them is theoretical or according to Mr. Kumar tadi, he said this academic subject. Okay. I will headline. I will try to give little story. When I'm a lecturer of PPG, a teacher profession program, and have noticed many practical learning in our Zoom, and I think one of things that must be we are interested to focus to see it. Apa itu? I think gini, there is a gap between theory, didactic pedagogic theory, with the practice. What does it mean? I think in the primary school, teacher is not important. It is not a provide to give student a concept. Jadi more than our teacher, if we give lesson, give a concept. I think concept concept is the high level of thinking. In the primary school, the level of thinking, student thinking, is non-formal. So if we give our student a concept is far from the zone of the approximate zone of the student. I think it is not useful for the student. Therefore, how we teach our material in the primary school, if we want to teach to give understand of concept, the way is give the example, give more example of the concept, not the definition of the concept. With the sample of the concept, it means that we teach the student how to think, the basic thinking. How to make it creative, critique. Teacher have to give student with open question. Not give explanation. Not give explanation in the beginning of the lesson. How make it the lesson is creative. How to make student to be creative. So the question is must be more answer. The answer of the question, not one answer, but can be more than one. That is why our duty as a lecturer or a lecturer, I think it is our responsibility as a lecturer in the PPG profession program, profesi guru. It is our responsibility to recover, to modify, how to teach properly, as in line with the development of the student thinking. I think like this.
Thank you very much for nice answers. Howard, thank you. Okay, maybe we still have one more question.
Push. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Farah Erika. I'm from Chemistry Education at Warman University. I want to ask you, your article discusses about the proposed formula for adapting the curriculum. its strategy and implementation in higher education institution, especially in the Faculty of Education. But as we know, the educational system in Indonesia, from early childhood to the higher education, is regulated by the Ministry of Education and Culture. And the development of curriculum in the higher education refers to learning outcome formulated with the framework of Indonesian national qualification. So how about that, sir? How do we incorporate your proposal and apply it to learning in college? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Farah, Miss Farah. Okay. Yeah. This is our experience when we follow the international accreditation from physics education program and biology education program. Yeah, we are propose the accreditation to ASEAN in Jerman. Yeah, we have to adjust. Yeah, we have to adjust between our learning outcome with the learning outcome issued by ASEAN. Yeah, if we can see in the by the our department education department, we average of the number of the learning outcome is there are until 40 learning outcome, but in the ASEAN accreditation there are only 13 learning outcome. So we have to adjust it to be in line with the learning outcome from ASEAN. For us, yeah, to adjust our adapting curriculum letter with the LO learning outcome that have been mentioned by our department, education department. Yeah. Okay. Like this. Maybe there is something you want give feedback, please. Yeah. Okay. I think it's enough.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zulkarnain, for the nice answer. Okay, I think this is the time to close this session. Yeah. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Zulkarnain, for the great presentation, and for the participants, thank you very much for your kind attention. Now, I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Have a nice day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your listening, your joining, and attention for my presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Zulkarnain and Mr. Atin Nuryadin, PhD.
It's already midday here. We are going to have a break for lunch and prayer. The next keynote session will be held after the break at 2 p.m. Lunch is available for the registered participants on the third floor, also for the MAG. Makan siang tersedia di lantai 3 dan masjid juga tersedia di lantai 3. Terima kasih.
Universitas Mula Warman, langkah ke masa depan. Ilmu di dada, agama di jiwa, berasas Pancasila. Universitas Mula Warman, harmoni kehidupan. Universitas Mula Warman, tonggak sejati nusa bangsa.
Harus dites dulu. Anunya dulu belum. Harus share audio, share sound.
Nah, jadi ada huruf
Ada nggak suara terdengar?
I S A N
Bagus.
G, ya.
Suara
Berarti
anak-anak
A-nya pakai seperti ini
mengajar.
berarti. Yuk. Diganti. A-nya seperti setelah T.
Oke, kalau gitu.
Terus
Seperti apa, Mbak?
We are facing great challenges. With our need for energy and the industrialization, we are altering our world. The climate of the planet we live on is changing, and we are starting to feel the repercussions of our actions. The average temperature is rising, which leads, amongst others,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the keynote session today. For the third speech, we would like to invite Dr. Hasbi Shamsir M. In this session is Dr. Pilmaria Theodora Ping. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hasbi Shamsir M. Hum and Dr. Pilmaria Theodora Ping, MSc.
Educational Sciences International Conference. My name is Maria Theodora Ping, and I will be serving for the moderator for the third keynote session. So let me introduce our keynote speaker today. We have Dr. Hasbi Shamsir M. Hum, a very familiar face. He is one of the lecturers at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, as well as the head of the doctoral program of educational management. And Dr. Shamsir is going to present a keynote speech entitled Promoting Early Reading Skills of Children Aged 5 to 6 years using loose parts play. So Dr. Shamsir has an expertise in the early childhood education. Okay, while waiting for him to be ready for the presentation, I would also like to welcome all the participants joining us via Zoom and also YouTube live streaming. The presentation today will be 40 minutes, and then afterwards, we are going to have 20 minutes of question and answer session. Dr. Hasbi, are you ready?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm ready. I'm ready. All right, yeah. Anyway, I think I need to uncover my mask. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo,
Halo,
good afternoon.
Selamat sore.
How
How are you?
Apa
Apa
kabar?
kabar?
Very
Very well,
thank
thank
you.
you. Anyway, can you hear?
Oh,
Thank you. I will keep going.
Thank
you very much.
Miss
Miss
Dr.
Dr. Lola
She is
is
my
my
greatest
greatest
moderator
moderator
this
this
afternoon.
afternoon. And
Bapak
Bapak
Vice
Vice
Dean
Dean
Dr.
Dr. Zulkarnain,
Thank you
thank
very
you
much
very
for
much
inviting me.
inviting me.
And
And
then the
then
audience,
the audience,
how are
how are
every
you
day?
every day?
My
My
students
students
from
from
Wins,
Wins,
Samarinda.
Samarinda.
Are you
Are you
okay?
okay?
Okay,
Okay,
alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Well,
Well,
this afternoon,
this
this
is
is
my
my second song
song
to
to
present
present
my study.
my.
This is
This is
actually
actually
a
a
collaborative
collaborative
study.
study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from
I'm
Lower
from Lower
University
University
and
and
two
to
others
others
researchers
researchers
from
from
Nahdlatul Ulama University, and then one of from Open University. I like to submit these pictures, yeah, and then there is a philosophy behind that. Yeah, I usually use the term like it needs collaboration to arise a child. Yeah, we cannot let the children play by themselves, but we have to be next to them based on the theory of Vygotsky. Yeah, we need adults. Yeah, in this case, we are a teacher and we are the parents. We are adults. Yeah, this is my title. I mean the title, promoting early reading skill of children aged 5 to 6 years using loose part play. Yeah, again, this is the name of the authors. And then for beginning, I will turn off this. Yeah, I will turn on this video. Okay.
Ya,
Why not?
sekarang kita belajar media, kita susun seperti kata pisang yang kemarin. Pakai huruf kecil, Mbak. Berarti pakai huruf kecil. Ana gimana kemarin? Sudah dikasih tahu Bu Guru kan? Coba diulangi sekali lagi. Nah, jadi ada huruf P, I, S, A, N, D. Ya. Berarti A-nya pakai seperti ini, Mbak Arti. Yuk. Diganti. A-nya seperti setelah P. Terus nah, di sini mata huruf apa? Setelah S berarti apa? Gak dikasih jarak ya. Sudah? Nah, coba ditaruh sini batunya. Sekarang Bu Guru tanya. Ini huruf apa sayang? Ini? 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 Dibacanya apa? Pisang. Hari ini kita belajar pakai apa? Los
Part. Apa sayang? Nah, tas dulu. Iya, boleh. Sekarang, Sofi. Boleh makan. Nanti dulu. Ditanya dulu sama Budi Mas Raffi. Nah, duduk dulu. Ini huruf apa tadi sayang? Pisang. Iya, hurufnya? P-I-P-S-A-S-A. Pisang. Pisang. Pinter. Coba ditunjuk huruf N-nya mana huruf N? Huruf G-nya? Huruf A-nya? Huruf P? Huruf I? Huruf S. Pinter. Dibaca? Pisang. Hari ini kita belajar pakai apa? Los? Lompat. Pinter. Terus dulu. Iya, boleh makan. Makan pisang.
Oke, makan pisang. Five, PowerPoint. What is it? Okay. Yes. There's the short movie. Actually, this from one of my students. They try to use the loose part. Special for recognizing letters. In this case, vowels and consonants. Yeah. Let's continue. This is our anyway our pictures based on the document from the study. Yeah. You can see here this little girl try to apply for this caps of the bottle, and then she tried to follow the words from her, and then it become ayam. And this little girl, she tried to make a number. Yeah, she arranged this. I think this is a kind of seal from the ocean. And what does it mean? She very she was excited when she played this part. Okay. Yeah. I will move to my introduction. Yeah. Before children learn about other language, other knowledge, children need to use language in order to understand well. Children will be able to develop their ability, the feel of sound, pronunciation, speaking, writing, reading, which greatly support literacy skill at a high level. And early childhood require a lot of stimulation in various aspects of development, so that the all aspects of development can be developed optimally. One aspect that is important and needs to be developed is reading skill. Yeah, we start from a reading skill. We know that in our curriculum, based on the regulation of Minister of Education, number 137 and 146. Yeah, the contents of regulation, there are 6 aspects need to be developed, especially in early childhood. One of the aspects is reading skill, it means language aspect. And this study actually focus on language and specific in reading skill. Early reading skill is transfer of visual symbol into auditory symbols or auditory sound. This is the definition actually, early reading skill. And next, the basic ability to read is ability to be able to voice, letter, syllable, word, and sentence presented in written form into spoken. Yeah, if somebody wants to know what is actually the indicator of reading skills ability, yeah, we put here, there are 3 actually, but actually there are 5. But in this study, we focus on the 3, 3 indicators. Yeah, to be able to voice letter, syllables, sentence presented into a spoken form.
In Indonesia, in Samarinda, currently reading activities in early childhood, especially at kindergarten level, have become a matter of debate. Always become a debate. Yeah. Even sometimes become controversy. Yeah. I think there are lots of studies try to find out what's happened to the case, why the parents or the educator always debate about the reading, especially on early childhood. Yeah, we will see later on. I got references. It said that the optimal time for teaching children to read is from the age of 6 to 8. Before the age of 6, most of children are working on the development milestone. Yeah, it means this study actually it was 2019. Yeah, they told us that the appropriate age for to teach a child to read start from 6 to 8. Well, I will keep going. Yeah, we use Luspad to make them happy, to make them enjoy, let's say, learning or studying about the word or the letter. Yeah, because Luspad is a wonderful way to encourage reading and writing skill. And again, currently all areas like around the world are facing the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think this is the time we can apply for, the Luspad Play can be used, can be used to keep children learning happily and enjoying knowledge from at home. It means there is no doubt anymore. If you want to make your child or your children keeping happy, enjoy learning how to read, please use the Luspad Play. Yeah, Luspad encourage symbolic because again, Luspad encourage symbolic play, creativity, problem solving, storytelling, sequencing, and other skills vital to early literacy. Yeah. You can read from this some journal from Marble and so on. And you can develop skill in literacy by creating graphics from Luspad. Okay. Yeah. I will start from my background. I found lots of problems. The first one, primary school teachers always complain. Yeah. Primary, umumnya ini guru-guru kelas 1 SD. Yeah, they always complain why the children from early childhood can read. That's why they are complaining. Yeah, because the children do not recognize letters, even vowel or consonant, before entering or before enrolling the primary school. And next, children have difficulty when asked to name a letter, again from vowel or consonant, syllable, and a word. Children already skill ability is low. Of course, they go low because they can recognize letters. And the use of learning media hasn't been maximized as far. And because to this, studies show that 90% of 20 children still have difficulty in understanding the concept of letters and words. So we start from this problem. And the background, I mentioned that before. Permen 137, this is the regulation from Minister of Education.
mentioned about the six aspects of development of film: language, cognitive, physical motor, art, social, emotional, religious, and moral values. And then in this regulation, we have to, we have to concern the three skills need to be applied or need to be familiar with our children. The first one, understanding received language, understanding expressive language, and literacy skill word vocal. Yeah. Again, because reading activities become debating or controversy. Yeah. We start from here to conduct this study. But the point actually, what is the ways? What is the appropriate ways? What is the appropriate method to promote reading skills of children? Yeah, we call from Emmy and Lickles 2020. Yeah, there are lots of study. I mean, theories in it. CBD, DAP, multiple interdisciplinary stimulus feedback, and so on. To review, I think I don't need to mention these theories. You can search from the some sources. Yeah. Then early reading skills, and I will say here, early reading skill is the child's ability to recognize certain symbols that emphasize on the aspect of reading ability. And the indicator study is the ability to mention letter and the ability to pronounce them phoneme and the ability to read words simply. This indicator we use in this study. Yeah, I mentioned that before. There are five, but we only take. Yeah, we only took three indicators as assessment aspect in this study. The ability to mention letter, the ability to pronounce phoneme, and the ability to read the vowel simply. Yeah, understanding. Yes, I think I mentioned that before. And yeah, in here, loose part is a wonderful way. Okay, and then with loose part play, will promote the ability, conversation, and language development. And this is a massive benefit. Vocabulary acquisition is seen as one of the key skills present children that will have economically positive decline. And last, in loose part play, there is often questioning, narrating, taking on role, taking through either negotiating and imagining. Yeah, we could see from the video, yeah, when the children try to arrange the loose part, they start talking, they start communicating to their teacher. Why loose part? Yeah, this is the first theory come from Simon Nelson. Yeah, who believes that it is loose part in our environment that will empower our activity. Yeah, loose part play is a wonderful way to encourage reading and writing. Loose part encourages symbolic. Okay, I think that's already. And I will read again this. Teachers should enable children to integrate play material and areas. This provide children with quality, open-ended question and open-ended learning is emerged from this, from their own ideas. Yeah, the problem of study how to promote already skill children aged 5 to 6 years using loose part. The purpose of the study was to find out how to promote early reading skills
of children aged 5 to 6 years using this part. This scope and limitation put lots of things need to be concerned. The first one, study focused on finding how to promote all the reading skill of children age. And one of kindergarten a little bit far from Samarinda, what we call Tunas Harapan Kindergarten, and the location this study was Tunas Harapan Kindergarten. And this research basically conducted was cross-action research. The study applied observation technique as primary technique to observe and elaborate results and to see the process of any treatment that teacher use during using LPP in the classroom. And the documentation technique was conducted to strengthen the data observation and become secondary technique interpret the data. And again, this is our indicator assessment I aspect, able if the child able to say letter, vowel or consonant on the book, or able to read syllabus from those part and able to read simply word from those part. I think most of us knows this design or the model designed by chemist and Mike Tucker. Always 4 steps from planning, observing, acting, and reflecting. If the first circle is not made appropriate, yes, or we need to improve again. So we have to move to the second circle. We revise the first one, and then we move to the second circle. And we still using the step of the class action research from planning, observing, acting, reflecting. Yeah, criteria development level. Yeah, you can see from this slide. Fellow criteria we use 4, very well developed. Then we got 4 score, and development level will be from 81% to 100%. For the second criteria, developers expected score 3 and development level 61 to 80%, and started developer or start developing got 2, and then development level of 46 to 60%, and under developer score 1 and the development level 25 to 45%. And there is remarks down there. Very well developed. In Indonesia, we always use this term BSB, berkembang sangat baik, and develop is expected, berkembang sesuai harapan, and start developing, mulai berkembang, and under develop belum berkembang. And I think term is quite familiar with us, particularly in elementary school. Yeah, we see the result. This is improvement for one. Yeah. Anyway, in this study, we use 5 meetings. Yeah, we use 5 meetings in every circle. Yeah, we prepare 5 lesson plans, and every lesson plan use a different source of things. But the focus in this study was land animal, binatang darat. Yeah, the subtema. Yeah, let me say from the first meeting on Monday, 19 October 2020, in the opening activity, the teachers over there the activities talking about land animals, sapi, and cow. And in the main activity, the teacher try to let's say to practice how to say the letters from arranging the bottle, cup bottle with they have been given letter into the word. Yeah, there are S, A, P, E become sapi. And children at that time make a syllabus from Asa and PEP. And the next second activity was asking question about sapi, pray, reflection, and prepare to go home. Yeah, it means along the way we apply the fifth lesson plan in a 1 week, and the same activities from opening, main activities, and then closing activity. We use sapi, ayam, kucing, kambing. Yeah, and last, move to the this is the picture. The activity when this study. We conduct the study. Yeah, ayam, sapi, and another ayam. All about those parts, the small part, the smallest part. Okay. Now, recapitulation data, the second one. I think you can see from 3 assessment or aspect, able to say letters. Yeah, for the first time, made the first meeting, total 50%, and the highest percent only 60%. Class average 43.2, and the total percent is about 54%. And able to read, this is the second indicator, able to read the syllabus from this part. Yeah, the children still is about 40%, and the highest one is 44%. And the average, class average, 42.2%. And the last assessment aspect is about able to read simple word from this part. And the children got 40.8%. What can we say from here, from the data? It seems the third assessment or the third indicator is quite difficult to pronounce, to reach from the children, because they only got 40.8%. Yeah, this is the way how to calculate, the way how to find the percentage and the number. Yeah, the graphic, just keep it. And the result of circle to based on the data from 20 children in the first circle of the 3 assessment aspect of the study can be shown. Children are able to name letters in those parts, reaching 54%. Children able to read syllabus from those parts reaching 53%. And the last one, children being able to read simple word from those parts reaching only 51%. Children learning the complex learning disability and early reading skills only reach average 52.6%. What can we say? The teacher must continuously motivate and provide this stimulating to promote early reading skill of the child. For this reason, research has to continue. To improve the next circle. Again, and this is the recapitulation data from a second circle. The treatment, still use 5 lesson plans and 5 meetings. And we use aspect observe or aspect assessment, able to read syllabus from the part, able to read syllabus from, and then the scores, because this is the second circle, we were expecting the score will be high, and then actually, yes, it is. For the first, for the first meeting, the children reach 82%. And the second one, they reach 81%. And the third one also got 81%. And then totally is about 81% point, sorry, 81.3%. And this is the data graph result. Yeah, we read it based on the data from the Sabra second circle. It is known that the three aspects of the study, children are able to name blue spot reaching 82%, children in reading syllabus from blue spot reaching 81%, and children being able to receive the word simply from blue spot reaching 81%. Based on this data, from the 20 children cycle 2, from the aspect of the success indicator set by the teacher were 81%, or 18 children reached this high percentage. And the result was very well developed or berkembang sangat baik. In this case, the teachers succeeded in motivating and providing good stimulation to child so that the early reading skill of their students can be very well developed. Okay, yeah, this is the recapitulation from the first circle and the second circle. The conclusion, based on the style of the research, it can be concluded that the ability early reading skill of children aged 8 to 6 years at Tunas Harapan Kindergarten can be improved using blue spot plane. This study succeeded in promoting the ability reading skill in several mentioning the letters, vowels, and consonants through blue spot, reading syllabus from blue spot, and reading words simply from blue spot. The result, in the first circle, contestant of capability 52, and the second circle, the children got to 80.3%.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is the all presented, but I have to show you some pictures. This is the references, but more and more. Okay, yes. We'll show you how the loose part makes little girl survive.
Iya, sambil dihitung. Berapa sudah? 2, 3, terus 4, 5, kecil. 6, 7, 8, 9,
This activity with those part. Then this is another team natural phenomenon. This is a little boy tried to arrange awan, a little girl, bintang kejora, and this one petir, and a play for communication and kitchen set, television, radio, and loyang, and ikan, ayam jago, burung dara. But the point, the material that they used to arrange these letters is quite different. This one, it seems cabe, the hot chili, bawang putih, bawang merah, and I think this is like kacang, peanut. Yeah, this bottle. Buttons, bawang merah, jagung. Okay, this is I don't know, salak, batu salak, biji salak. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very inspiring presentation about a very useful activity which introduces children or young learners to screen awareness or early reading skills. Yeah, Pak? So we have around 15 minutes. So I guess we can take one question first, and then if we have enough time, then I will invite another question. Okay. Now let's move on to the question and answer session. I would like to invite one question from the audience. Satu pertanyaan. Okay. Ibu. Silahkan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, saya Mairani, saya dari UNC. Okay, nice topic because that relate about our program study Tiaut in UNC. Okay, we can develop potential our children with play plan. I don't see lesson plan, but I say play plan. Okay, who make them more creative and explorative with their surrounding, especially play with loose parts. They can build something and make something more wonderful, creative. But we can see in pandemic, they can move well. Okay, of course, all of learning move on take home. Okay, that's make a parents very difficult about it. Okay, and how do you think about it? Is there habit? Hasbi. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the question. So the question is about how to create activities for home learning, right? To help parents.
Yes.
Okay, Pak Hasbi, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this interesting question. Yeah, we start from the pandemic. It's very difficult to arrange. I mean, a learning process without helping a teacher. Yeah, let's call for loose part play. Yeah. Anyway, in this study, the teacher at school brought some loose activity to the parents, or sometimes we prepare at school and we invite the parents came to pick up at school. But for the very let's say very easy loose part, for example, bawang merah, okay, kacang-kacang. I think the parents could prepare at home. And again, loose part
can be whatever. Can be whatever. Because this one's about letters, it's about word. Yeah, of course we need the small thing. Yeah, you can see from this study, mostly children use the small or the thin stuff. Yeah, from kacang hijau, ya, jagung, bahkan ada yang menggunakan button, ya, kancing tipis itu. Ya, tapi kalau melihat aslinya itu bisa saja kardus-kardus, ya. Nah, ada juga kerang. Tadi kita lihat there is some cells the children use to arrange the words. Yeah, I think that's all info. Okay.
Thank
you. You happy?
I'm happy.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for the first question. We still have time for one more question. Is there any more question for Dr. Hasbi Samsir? Ada pertanyaan lagi? Silahkan. Oke, Ibu silahkan.
Thank you very much. As we know, the lost part used on kindergarten, yeah. How about in elementary school? Do they also wear lost part too? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And your name is Ibu?
My name Sri Margini from UNC Samarinda. Thank you.
Pak Hasbi, would you like to address directly?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, Ibu Sri. Yeah, I think again it's a good question. Yeah, because mostly loose part, yeah, used for early childhood education. Remember that in early childhood we use what we call thematics. Yeah, thematics. We don't use like mata pelajaran, but based on thematic. And the first grade to second grade at elementary school, they belongs to early childhood as well. Ya, jadi kelas 1, kelas 2 SD itu umur 8 tahun berdasarkan teori dari Naik itu masih tergolong anak usia dini. Ya, sehingga why not? Ya, you can apply loose part for anak kelas 1 SD, kelas 2 SD. Even maybe ke atas masih bisa digunakan. And I will recommend it you, ya, special, particularly your mahasiswa UINS, kalau bisa jangan hanya meneliti di PAUD, ya, masuk di kelas 1 atau kelas 2 SD itu masih kategori early childhood education. Ya, oke, ya, bisa digunakan. Ya, mungkin teman-teman punya pengalaman menggunakan loose part itu untuk kelas atas, ya, karena kita sebut kelas bawah itu 8 tahun ke bawah itu kelas bawah, kelas 2, kelas 1 dan masuk TK. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hasbi. We still have time for one more question. Is there any more question? Ada, mungkin bisa satu pertanyaan lagi. Oke, Pak Iwan, silahkan.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Setiawan. I'm from Esic, Mulawarman University. Well, I believe that loose parts is an effective way, and it can help the students to learn their basics reading in the early. And it can also be used at the elementary school, is that right? But however, the expectations from the parents are their children can read at the what is it at the school, because they are going to enter the elementary school. So how this is a problematic. How can you address this kind of problem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very interesting question. Pak Iwan, Pak Hasbi, would you like to answer directly?
Well, Pak Iwan, from the beginning, yeah, I saw my slide. Yeah, there are three terms over there. The first one, complaining. Yeah, lots of a teacher at primary school complain because let's say the graduation of early childhood cannot read. Okay, and the second one, teach reading to early childhood has become debate, and the third one become controversial. Yeah. Again, we need the way, we need the method how to teach reading to childhood and enjoy. Yeah. It is hard to explain that. I saw you. There is a recent research from Ellie Pelikos. She said that appropriateness, if you teach your children from teach reading from 6 to 8, but you can give them some activities. Just try to promote how to know the letter, how to know the sound, but not for reading. Yeah, because elementary teachers' job, elementary teachers' work. You have to make my son to be able to read. But lots of parents, lots of parents anyway, itu tidak merasa nyaman kalau anaknya tidak bisa membaca. Karena di sekolah, mau masuk SD itu dites. Tapi sekarang nggak lagi. Alhamdulillah, no. Some private school. But if you find sekolah negeri, test your children membaca, let's down. Yeah, now we will sue them. Yeah, yeah. That's my response, Pak Dr. Iwan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
It's a very interesting debate, I think, related to this parents' expectation, ya Pak, with the classic talistung expectation, and then we have different perspective from experts as well, just like using more enjoyable activities like loose part play instead of teaching the classic talistung or spelling, mengeja, membaca, dan seperti itu.
Yes. Anyway, I have 3 videos, even 4 videos, where the teacher try to apply loose pace and make them, their children to be enjoyable when they start introduced to start promoting the sound, the letter, and even the word. And after that, start to use, to expand a little bit to become a sentence. Yeah. But the point here, try your children to recognize the sound first. Yeah. The same for him. Misalnya kalau menemukan kata, mereka sudah bisa membedakan, oh kalau batu berarti B pertama. Kalau Miss Lola saya perlihatkan kata batu, initial word, she say B, but Pak Iwan say batu A, it means you are not belong to this. Yeah, we need to give you loose part activities to become familiar with phonics like that. Yeah, yeah. Any else? Ya, terutama yang di early childhood, loose part ini memang powerful. Tadi kita lihat anak-anak itu selain dia literasi terkait dengan alfabet, dia juga literate terhadap numeris. Ya, dia juga bisa dengan angka. Kita lihat enjoy sekali itu. Jadi tidak berfokus pada hanya satu aspek itu, numeracy, literacy of word or alphabet, but also numeracy. Even, Pak Budi, I think we have, Pak Budi, we have a book ya, ada buku baru yang baru kita lihat dicetak itu, malah loose part di situ digunakan untuk motor skill, motorik, fine motorik halus. Jadi tidak hanya untuk membaca atau berhitung, tapi juga aspek yang lain. Jadi kami ada buku, saya dengan Pak Budi, dengan ada mahasiswa itu sudah di launching ya Pak Budi ya. Itu terkait dengan loose part, tapi aspek yang akan dikembangkan adalah motorik halus. Ya, itu lagi-lagi ini kita loose part, ini booming sekitar 5 tahun yang lalu ya. Setelah di luar sana mereka udah lama menggunakan loose part play itu. Ya, I think that's all from me. Ya kan? Kita sudah bisa.
Okay, thank you very much once again for Dr. Hasbi Samsir for the very insightful presentation. Let's give it a very big round of applause. Okay, so that ends the third keynote session for today. I'm going to give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hasbi Samsir M. and Dr. Maria Theodora Ping.
Now, we would like to invite our fourth keynote speaker for today's session, Dr. Iwan Setiawan, MPD, to deliver his keynote speech. To accompany Dr. Iwan Setiawan, Dr. Safrudian Nur is going to be serving as moderator. To Dr. Iwan Setiawan and Dr. Safrudian Nur, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, thank you very much to MC to give me opportunities to accompany Dr. Iwan Setiawan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am Safrudian Nur from Lowerman University. And now is at 3 o'clock. Some of you may be tired, but I hope we are still enthusiastic and still keep spirit to follow this session. Okay, for this for keynote session, now with me here is a good speaker from Mula Warman University. His name is Dr. Iwan Setiawan. Dr. Iwan Setiawan, how are you today? Good? Same, I'm good also. And I want to tell you, some people think that I have good English. Fortunately, that's not true, because sometimes I didn't understand what I say. So if you understand what I say, please tell me. Okay. Sorry. Before I give you to start your session, let me to introduce you. I will try to read your short CV. Dr. Iwan Setiawan is a faculty member in the English Language Education Study Program of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Mulawarman University, Indonesia. He graduated from Universitas Negeri Makassar in 2018 for his doctorate degree. He has taught English for foreign language for 19 years. His research interests are mainly about teacher educators, pre-service and in-service teachers' experiences in teaching and learning English language skills and technology integration in the language classroom. Moreover, he has responsibilities to conduct research in the field of language education and do community service such as trainings and workshops for teachers, students, or other community members. At present, he also serves as the head of the Language and Arts Department at FK Unmul. Please give applause to Dr. Iwan. Okay. The title for this topic is Preparing Prospective Teachers for the Digital Age, Challenge and Possibilities for Teaching Mathematics. Dr. Iwan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. May I become my tea? Bawa chat? May I use the floor? Okay. Well, I'm sorry I have to leave this up. Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Udil. Yeah, Pak Dr. Saprudian Nur, right? Yeah, when you don't understand what you are saying, neither do I. Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Are you still okay? Yeah. So, it's quite a long journey. We started from 8 or probably 9 in the morning, and now we still awake. I hope you are still awake now. We are going to discuss a lot of things, yeah, starting from professor from Japan talking about the mitigation and also the education in Japan, and then also Pak Hasbi will lose part, and Pak Jul with the curriculum reform in Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Now, I would like to discuss about the recognizing context. Why do we need to recognize in context here? Because we want to cultivate the present in technology integration, especially here is in the context of teacher education program. Well, maybe I hope you not feel bored. We are talking about technology because during this pandemic 2 years, we always talking about technology, what technology and how technology is used in the classroom. You probably have a lot of trainings on using the technology. You hear about the technology at the first. Probably some of us don't really like the technology, but we have to now to integrate the technology in our teaching. So now what I would like to share is about the context in teaching. Okay, let's start with the first slide. Well, do you still remember when we involved with the technology when we are learning in the classroom, especially the language classroom? Mostly there are some shifting before the use of the technology before 2000 and now what the technology is in the 2021. Well, the content that I would going to share is the technology integration shift and then the TPAC framework. And then we move to the context of the study. The thing that I would like to share, the practice that we do in our English department, especially in technology courses, and then the teacher educators practices in technology courses in our English language study program. Well, started next. The technology here, the technology integration, we can find that the technology integration has been varied during the past time into now. Well, for our English department at that time, Ibu Maria Theodora Ping is also one of the lecturer in teaching the computer-assisted language learning. And then there we teach the technology like using how to use words, Excel, PowerPoint, and the things. Yeah, we go into the technocentric ideas on teach how the students knows about the technology. Well, we need to know how to open the what is the words and then type it and etc. But then that next the integration of the technology into language teaching is greatly developed. Yeah, and then we have now the different is how to teach the subject using the technology in pedagogical sound. All right, next. Well, when we talk about the SIP, we start with the from Ngambi. This is the context in South Africa. The first phase is in 1996 to 2000. So this is computer aided or assisted the instruction, usually using for the drill and practice approach. Do you still remember about the language laboratory when we are learning in language laboratory? So the lecturer or the teacher play tape, and then we follow what the teacher said or what the tape said. I am hungry, and then we say, I am hungry. Are you hungry? Yes, I am hungry. What about you? I don't know. That's right. So that's what we have during that time. We have the facilities, language laboratory, and then we learn from there. So the use of the technology is to aid us to learn about the language, especially English at that time. Well, I also remember when I was the students of the English department, when I took my undergraduate in English department, Mullah Arman University, the lecturer also playing the tape, playing the a song. I still remember the song is about the Hotel California. Yeah, welcome to the Hotel California, and next like this. I forget the song. Well, right. And then in the second phase, 2001, 2005, this is the democratizations, and the government still try to equip more technological tools, rather talking about how technology integrated into teaching and learning process. So it's in 2001 until 2005. And then we will, what is it? We then find out some of the experts like Misra and Kohler in 2005, 2006, talking about how technology can be integrated into content and pedagogy, and then they call it as PPACK. So that started, but it's still not familiar to all the teachers around the world, but it has been started to be introduced at a time. And then other phase in 2006 to 2010, right? We have ICT for teaching and learning. This focus on the technical skills. That's what we did at the time. It's also the practice in our English language study program. Yeah, English language study program starting in 2016 or before 16. We already have a course for technology that is called at that time computer-assisted language learning. And then 2016, we have until 2 or 3 language courses. Well, and in the pace of 2011 until now, yeah, we have 2016, and then got into the 2021, we have the digital literacy and other things. Yeah, technology, high ICT, digital technology. Now, that is the improvement that right now we can see it. What I can say, thanks to the pandemic, now every teachers knows about the technology. Yeah, in spite of the problems it causes. Yeah, instead of the problem it caused, now I found that many teachers can use technology really, really good. Yeah, they can do it well. Well, okay, the next one. In talking about code, we also have the the pace also. So I will skip this one. Yeah, from 1970, how to use the technology, and then how the teaching, the field, and the others. Yeah. Okay, the next one. Yeah, it's quite almost the same from Warsaw, and then the next one. Yeah, the call, right? Yeah, it's also we have only different what is it, different name. Yeah, talking about the technology, how the technology shifts time to time. Okay, the next one. Well, so then what we have from the shifting, so there will be an implication for us, especially for teachers, teaching and learning process, at least two implications for us. The first will be about how the technology impact the learning, and then how the technology impact the teaching. So when we talk about the digital learning and we talk about the digital teaching, it's different from the earlier time. Yeah, when we teach, we're only talking about how to deliver the content, and then now how to use the technology. And it means that we have two types of implication here: the digital learning and also the digital teaching. So what is the impact for the digital learning? Next. You can see that in learning now, the students will have multimodal way of learning. It means that when we teach the students really like to listen to what they are, or what do they need for the learning. So it could be from the oral or from the visual, and also the text there. So, right. So we need to understand that the students is expecting learning not only from the text, but also some things from the oral and also the visual. It could be in the form of the video, still image, moving image, and others. And also sounds from the video and others. Yeah. Okay. So besides the digital learning, we have also the digital teaching. Wow, mudah-mudahan ini bisa terlihat ya. Okay. So here the focus of the ICT, right? First, to see that the technology enhanced learning, where digital technology is used to support the learning, right? So we find out that digital teaching is really need to help, and the theoretical behind it is now getting revealed. And then the teachers need to make many decisions. Every teachers make decision every day. What should they teach? What technology they should use? So everyone has to make decision. When I teach this, what the technologies that I need to use it? Whether I use the same technology for all my content delivery, or I have to find some that different based on what I need to share to my students. And then here we can find one of the concept now is getting well known is the TPEC. Yeah, TPEC is one of the concept, the framework that right now is well known among the teachers or teacher educators. Well, that's the digital teaching. Now go to the next one. let's talk about the TPEC. I will not say about the TPEC is we have technology, pedagogy, content. So when they have interlock within the content and the technology, and then it can be the pedagogy technology become TCK, technological content knowledge and others. But I will only share that the TPEC in just a very broad explanation. You can read a lot about TPEC later. So what is TPEC then? Okay, next. Well, this TPEC is built on Schulman. Yeah, it's built on Schulman advanced thinking about the blending of content and pedagogy. So it started from Schulman that it's a blend of content and technology. So content and technology cannot be separated. So they need to be considered as one. So this is called the PCK. The content and pedagogy, this into an understanding of how particular topics and then how the problems or issues are organized, represented, and adapted to diverse interests, the interests of and abilities of the learners. So here, it needs to be presented into a good presentation. This PCK started from the PCK and then later refined into TPEC, represent a class of knowledge that is central to teachers' work with technology. So the point is the central is the teachers' work with the technology. Jadi kaitannya itu adalah central works with technology. But it doesn't mean that the technology is the only one, yeah. Because we have TPCK, yeah. This knowledge would not typically be held by technological proficient. However, apakah TPEC itu ada hanya di tangan orang yang ahli teknologi? It seems no. It says that this knowledge would not typically be held by technologically proficient subject matters expert, bukan hanya yang ahli dalam kontennya, subject matter, or by technologists who know little of the subject and who know little of the subject or of pedagogy. Okay. So it means that this knowledge of TPEC is not only talking about you know the technology, you know the content, and you know a little bit of pedagogy. So this will be knowledge that is really need by the teachers. Very need by the teachers. Or by teachers who know little of that subject or about technology. This is from Misra and Kohler in 2006. Yeah. So the point is, we know that TPEC framework, the knowledge of how to integrate technology from content, pedagogy, and the technology is not only the matter of whether you know the technology, you know the content, or you know the pedagogy. Yeah. It's just, it's a little bit complicated probably, but what we find out that nanti apakah yang mengajarkan TPEC, who cultivate TPEC within the pre-service teachers itu harus ahli teknologi atau ahli konten atau ahli pedagogi. That's not only mengambil ahli salah satu dari tiga aspek ini. Okay, the next one. Well, this is the framework. Ya, sudah sering lihat ini? Have you seen this framework? Alright. Everywhere, anywhere, anytime. When you talk about the technology, this framework is there. Yeah. So the TPEC framework reproduced by our mission here. We have 2012 by tpec.org. We have that here. The first one, technological knowledge, content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and there is an interlock circle there. So becomes technological content knowledge, technological pedagogical knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge, and then all the things at the center is technological pedagogical content knowledge. However, the one there is really important. The context. Yeah. The context is really important. How you know about the context, and then from the context, you create your teaching. Yeah. So the knowledge of the teacher about technology, pedagogy, and content knowledge always relate to understanding about the context. However, in 2019, the context become contextual knowledge. Why? Because the others are knowledge. So this here, contextual knowledge that are represented by XK. Yeah. Why not CK juga? Because when you put it CK there, it means that context, not contextual knowledge, but content knowledge. So it will be the same to abbreviation now, because this X factor, yeah, X knowledge, and then become contextual knowledge. So these are the the framework that usually explain when we want to talk about the technology. Okay, next one. What the context there? A study from Porras and Hernandez and Salinas Semesqua in 2030. They say the context of classroom and schools and other settings in a rich setting of social interaction, resources, and then scaffold and support has been categorized with 3 levels. So context has been categorized into 3 levels. There's macro, meso, and then also macro, meso, and micro. And then the TPEC in the center, and then we also have teacher and students at context, right? So micro factors are those in the classroom or learning environment, such as the design and layout of the room. It can also, it can also influence your teaching when you understand the context of here, right? Whether you teach in a very small room or this kind of large room, the arrangement of the room and others. Yeah. Mesofactor are those in the school or other setting in which the classroom or learning environment are found, while microfactors are the societal conditions that affect teaching, while learning and the development of teachers and learners, such as state and national curricular standard. So it's also important when we try to find out the curriculum standard in our faculty, yeah, to see as one of the factor. Teacher factors also influence are all of the characteristic of teachers, such as motivation and belief. It will be different with the teachers who have belief, who have different belief, who have different motivation. And student factors are all of the characteristic of the students. For instance, the students are used to work in cooperative way, or they just used to work by themselves, or in environment of students-centered learning, autonomous learning, or not, right? So this is the context. Well, contextual knowledge here, we know that it will warn our teachers and also teacher educator like us in higher education, the knowledge to aware of available technologies. We aware of the knowledge of the school, the district, the state or national policies as it becomes of critical importance to the effectiveness and success of any TPEC development, or a teacher's attempts at technology integration. Well, here we need to know this one. So the success of their efforts depends not as much on their P or C and its overlaps, but rather on their knowledge of the context. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that many researchers neglected the context at the past. I think every researcher or teachers has already talking about the context, and then they try to get the knowledge of their TPEC, or when they have the knowledge of the technology, pedagogy, and or content, how to teach to use the technology integration. They have concerning about this. Now, then from here, what do we do in English department? Let me see. We are as the teacher education in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. We are preparing prospective teachers like that toward a sustainable future of education, preparing teachers and prospective teachers for the digital age. So we know that teacher educators are responsible. We are responsible for introducing ICT to prospective teachers in ICT related course. So ICT related course is also important in our study program, right? Because we need to introduce the prospective teachers about how to use the technology for their future teaching. And on the other hand, prospective teachers gain much needed skills and develop attitudes toward ICT usage during those courses. What is the expectation there? We explain them about the technology, we introduce them to the technology, and then they will have positive attitude about the technology. So that's our job in a higher education, especially for preparing the teachers. Okay, the next one. So then what do we do? So today I would like to share what the teacher educators do in English department, especially at the technology courses. So a design on advanced technology, integration and technology in education is meant for the pre-service teacher education. Here, students of English department is set as a compulsory subject. Ya. Jadi tempat kami itu ada mata kuliah ini. So it's a compulsory for the pre-service teacher to attend. They have to join the class, right? So that's the context. It is a compulsory. And then we have also an English laboratory room equipped with the PCs, laptops, and internet connection for the teaching facilities. But that was in 2017 to 2018, 19. And now we face the pandemic, right? So the context, we have the facilities at that time. But now, because of the pandemic, the students of pre-service teachers do on their own. They have to use their own laptop. They have to use their own connection. Yeah. They have to prepare themselves to work cooperatively in the the online meeting. So it's quite different, the context at the first time and at this moment. Well, next. In a semester, we also have 10 to 12 different courses offered for the pre-service teachers. So besides the technology in education, they have another subjects, right? So it will also influence the way they complete or accomplish their tasks. And then process of teaching and learning is in the process of shifted from teacher-centered to student-centered learning. Yeah. At the first, it's teacher-centered, and then gradually comes into the student-centered. So they are more accustomed to the process of autonomous learning there. Okay, and then also the task-based and project-based is also familiar to them. Okay. So the students are getting used to this kind of two activities. The next one, at that, in our department, in our language study program, the teacher educators model the use of various technology. Yeah. various technology or application to cultivate the pre-teacher's knowledge of technology integration in the process of accomplishing video project. So the project will be the video, and then by using many application, they will get used to the knowledge of the technology, content, and pedagogy. Yeah. So the process is the important point of cultivating their knowledge. And then the presuppositions of English language study program have skills in technology. Yeah, have skills in technology based on their varied acceptance of the technology. Some of the presuppositions accept the technology because of its use, and some of them because of the function. Yeah. It is from the unpublished thesis of one of the presuppositions in our language study program. And that's the point. They accept the technology and they have the skill to do it. Yeah, even in mobile assisted language learning, right? The context, another context, that there is a changing situation affected by COVID-19 strikes. So we need also to change the way we cultivate their knowledge. Okay, the next one. Besides learning content of English, pre-service teachers learns how to teach. I think it's not a secret that when we are the teacher educator or the lecturer of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, we not only teach them how to master the content, but we need to show how to teach the content. So that's the, what is it? That is the context that probably you cannot find in high school, yeah, because you are preparing the prospective teachers. So we need to consider not only how to teach about the technology, but how they can use the technology in one part, in one time, right? So pre-service teachers here, in the level of approaching autonomy, it is only is also investigated by one of our students in 2009, Juantara. From the finding, it reveals that the students are the approaching autonomy, especially learning readiness here in this context. Second, fourth, and sixth semester student, they psychologically, technologically, and behaviorally approaching autonomy. So this approaching autonomy can be, they have the autonomy when we use it all the time. And the teacher educator here in our English department using or adopt TPEC as the framework for technology integration in technology courses. Right. Next one. So what the teacher educators do there? Now I will share the practice. Based on the understanding on the context of teaching and learning in the English department or English language study program, with all the situation, the arrangement, and other that I have mentioned there, we both use Facebook as the learning platform. Yeah. So why using? He said that like this: I have to change my teaching method, and in this case, I have done TPEC in my teaching. So I accommodate Facebook closed group discussion. All of students in those classes should be connected with the Facebook. Usually the, what is it, the chairman of the class create this private closed book or private group or closed group discussion. And then what is the function of this media? It's for sharing. Yes, sharing all of the data related the way how you operate the specific software. For example, PowerPoint, Audacity, Camtasia, all of them. So I will upload something here first. So the teacher educator upload something first. here is the link, okay, and I make instruction, and all of the students have to share other useful links. So there are so many links, so they can learn how to operate that technology through the links by their own. So it increased their autonomy in learning, right? And then, so all of students will upload the tutorial of Audacity or Camtasia or etc. So the discussion is not only in the classroom and even focus in the sharing group. Yeah, and in those sharing group at Facebook, I applied Flip Classroom. So this is the the answer from the interview from the one of the teacher educator who teach the technology course in English department using Facebook. And also from the students say that students are also encouraged to post comments to Facebook group after submitting tasks to make sure that we understand the assignment we have done. Yeah. So there is a communication there, even though now we are not in face-to-face mode, right? So the assignment we have done, social media platform like Facebook and WhatsApp is really effective during online learning, and the students get help from there. Okay, so the utilization of the Facebook here is for sharing and also for discussion. Okay, next. What about the use of technology? As I mentioned earlier, the teacher educators in the English language study program use various type of technology. For example, one of the teacher educator use some applications like PowerPoint, Audacity, Camtasia, and the use of internet, for example, to find some pictures, videos to insert to the video later, and then also Filmora and concept map. While the other teacher educators, the use of technology is he encourage students or the passive teacher to have their own prepared technology. So it's called as the learners prepared digital technology. So this is the difference between the two educators. Yeah, but all of them believe that by using some application can help them, can cultivate their knowledge about the technology, pedagogy, and content. Why? They have to combine the music with the video, for instance. They need to trim some videos. That's a very basic of using the technology. Yeah. Okay. So the use of technology is like this. The two different ways in using the application. What about the procedures in teaching? Again, this is a kind of practice that happen in our language study program for the the technology course or technology subject. So when I give them assignment, whether it is in group or individual, assignment to teach recount text, for example, it means that they have to involve the four skills in the recount text: listening, reading, speaking, and writing. So the student will choose which one will be the focus. If they choose reading as the focus, then they have to create multimedia. And then how they make it to create the easier teaching for them, and more importantly, to create easier learning for the students in recount text. Yeah. So the students is given the task to create a video. Yeah. And the next, I upload the whole materials to Facebook group. We have the sources of the learning, for example, recount text. There are some sources that I or students usually upload, so it makes them easier to know the material even before the meeting in the class. So giving the task, giving the explanation, giving the source to the Facebook, and then I will show you how to operate it, because their project is how to make Pacific. It means that they make video by using the technology that has been stated by the teacher educators. that is using PowerPoint, Audacity, Camtasia, Internet, and Concept Filmora and Concept Map. So the technology has been determined by the teacher educator. So there are things about modeling. Many researchers said that lecturers model, this is the advantage of learning by design. In learning by design process, my role emerged. When students created something, I had to ask them to clarify what and why they created it. So in the class, students will do all of the activities. So they will do learning by doing, learning from mistakes, trial and errors. It is all based on student-centered learning. So the process is making mistake. The process is doing trial and errors. By doing these things, this activity, their knowledge will increase. How? When the students have problems, they ask their friend. When they all have the friends, they have the other friends. They have the ideas. They have the sources, and then they solve the problems. So from this way, we are not only talking about how to teach them about the technology, but how to create content by using the technology. And to make the content or the video understood by the prospective students, the one who will watch the video, so they need to think how to arrange this into a good video or multimedia. So this the practice from the teacher educator. Next. Well, the other teacher educators are using quite the same but also different way. Yeah. The first, his colleges started by giving brief discussion on the use of technology in education and the technology acceptance model. The first, the theory in face-to-face meeting or in the Facebook. The theory of the use of technology in education and also the technology acceptance models. Why? Because the teacher educator want the student to understand what is the technology in education. So what makes a teacher, what makes a person acquire technology or accept technology? And then after that, he asked the students to, or the pre-service teachers, to experience visual types and also audiovisual types of application. It can be used like comic life, or and then the poster, or for the audiovisual using Toontastic or Puppet Pulse. So the students start by exploring the technology, and then they will find that, okay, using this technology, there are some drawbacks. There are some things that cannot be achieved by using this technology. And then they come into conclusion. For example, one of the examples, when they use Comic Life, they finally found that Canva is more interesting than Comic Life. But they find it by themselves. After they create it, they know, this, less of this. I need to find more. And then they find Canva, for instance. Yeah. So they experience it. So they have the journey of the use of the technology, only the centric technology. Yeah. And then they submit the experiences and also the discussion. Yeah. After that, they have the discussion on the products of this visual and audio and audio visual. Okay. The next one, the next procedure. Yeah. They have the brief discussion on the theory of TPEC. Now, the teacher educator give them the theory of TPEC. After they experience the technology by themselves, and then the teacher educator give the explanation about TPEC. This also using Facebook. About the TPEC, and also about the cognitive theory of multimedia learning, and also the learning object review instrument that can be used to assess their prospective video. right? And then preparing content selection. After they understand about the TPEC, about the CTML and also LORI, now they come into the next stage, preparing the content. So the content, they find one book and also some other sources to enrich the content, right? So preparing content selection for language teaching gather from at least 3 different reliable sources like books, websites, or the others in groups. And then the next, they create plan, yeah, for the content presentation. So they make plan, okay, this is the content, what should I do with the content, all right? And then create English language learning materials using prepared digital technology. Yeah. So the difference is only here, preferred digital technology, while the others using PowerPoint, Audacity, Camtasia, Filmora, etc. Yeah. So it's different. Created using the prepared digital technology. And then next, do I still have time? Yes. Okay. Please stop me. Okay. If you don't stop me, I could talk until at night, right? And then after that, they doing the presentation and also the evaluations of the material or the video using the CTML and LORI, and then also doing the revised product. Okay. And then next, yeah, the students' reflection like this. At first I thought if this course would use technology in the learning process like laptops, handphone, and I thought it would be difficult because it involves technology in it. But after attending the meeting for the first time in class, it turns out that this course is not as difficult as I had imagined. But that doesn't mean it's easy either. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's easy either. I had imagined, but that doesn't mean it's easy either. Sure enough, this course uses and utilizes technology for the learning process. In addition to being given material, we are also given the task as well as practice, namely making a learning material using application that has been suggested from the comic light, fantastic posters, and finally they probably could change to Powtoon or other types of the technology, but they experience it, yeah, and then they think about, okay, I could use this application, but I can do better with this application. So that's the point, right? Okay, honestly, even though at the beginning I was still confused, but instead I enjoy selecting. Okay, next. Yeah, yeah. This also the reflection here. They talk about this. I personally feel more comfortable using application like Filmora, PowerPoint, and Camtasia because of their function and the features are more complete and ready to be used. So you can see it here. They develop the knowledge of the technology, the knowledge of the content, and also the knowledge of pedagogy developed during the teaching and learning process. Next. So, what is the point of my story? What is the point of my story then? Nothing. No. This one. Yeah. So in our language study program, we do the practice that we think that can cultivate the students' knowledge about technology integration. That's about the content, technology, and pedagogy. So we would like to suggest the model for cultivating service business knowledge and of technology integrations by using this. Firstly, we have this, right? The TPEC here, and the context is students of generated content, English language learning multimedia. Jadi, we suggest that the students are asked to create the video for learning based on their own subjects. In this case, English language. And then we have blended learning technology mixers like Model Pacific, and then also the project-based learning there. The context is, don't forget, this technology courses of English Department FK Punmul. This is the context here, yeah, our English language study program. Besides this model, I also would like to propose this kind of the same thing, but the difference is the blended learning technology mixtures by learners preferred digital technology. So those both practice can help, right? Okay. So this is the suggested model. and for upkeep on board, because this is where I work. Because the Vice Dean of Academics Affairs also says that we need to prepare our prospective teachers for the future teaching, right? So it means that all study programs are required to have at least one technology course in their curriculum. So this is the proposal. Yeah. All of the study program in EPKIT Unmul should have one at least. Yeah. To prepare for the future teachers. Yeah. And if it happened, yeah. So the technology course should promote the shift from technocentric pedagogy yang tadi saya katakan I and Ibu Lola at the first time in 2015, 2010 ya. We teach PowerPoint and then we teach Excel, we teach words ya. Now become into the technology integration ya. Acquisition of skill approach to a content-centric pedagogy, develop understanding about teaching content with technology. So these two are the suggestion for upkeep on more. Firstly, create a policy, and then the second one can do like what we do. Yeah, this is only the proposal. It depends on the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Well, thank you very much. I think that's the end of my presentation. Hopefully, you can enjoy the presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iwan. That's a very nice topic. Very nice topic. I learned much from there about technology and the use of technology. Now,
I don't have small change.
I have account.
Okay, account.
Okay. Now is the session for questions and answers. If you have questions, please. Okay, one from there. Mrs. Desi.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Iwan Setiawan, very interesting topic. You're talking about digital learning and digital teaching. What my concern is that we as the teachers and also practitioners of education, that we need to adopt, and modify the digital in our teaching and learning process. But the problem is how we assess and evaluate our students' product, because on your explanation, you said that you encourage your students to post the comments. And then this is the hard part. We cannot control our students in our virtual teaching context. We can do it in the offline classes, but then it's going really difficult when we do it in the virtual class. So how to evaluate and assess our students' product, that's the first question. And then how to encourage or engage our students in giving the response to other peers' product. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, this is a very interesting and intriguing this is called questions. Yeah. Well, in online learning, it's of course it differs when we are in face-to-face mode. In one way, we can force our students to to mingling with others in the classroom by saying, okay, now it's your time, it's your turn. But in the online session, sometimes it is hard to ask them to collaborate by giving comments, yeah, and to assess how they make the product, yeah. But the first thing that I would like to say is cultivating here is giving them chance to experience. They have the knowledge, but they don't know how to use the knowledge. By giving them the task, they develop within the class, and to make them to do interaction with others, we need to create a kind of forms, yeah, and also, for example, by creating the video, and they want to know how good the video I made, so we use LORI and CTML, cognitive theory, multimedia learning, that we create together with the specification on the video, and then they collect it or they submit it to us, and then they can also see the video or the content they have in the video by using that criteria. That's what we did. Unfortunately, we haven't validate the instrument, yeah, but we create the instrument together to see whether the instrument can help them to assist them during the process of production. And then for their activities in posting the comment, we need to ask them, okay, this is the comment from here, from this group. What are the others group opinion and others? And then sometimes we need to have a specific time. Okay, you need to give the comment within 2 days, and then we will discuss your comment. Ya, jadi sometimes we need time to ask them to participate. Yeah. I know it's quite hard, but we can still do it. Yeah, even though after doing the reflection, they say, actually our group can make better. But the problem is sometimes we need to do other tasks or assignments, but sometimes we feel lazy to do it. So they also says about that. Yeah. So the important thing is we as the teacher educator control the group, the communication in the group, and also create instrument to make them involved in the process of making the learning video. Okay, I think that's Ibu Desi.
Okay. Okay, we still have time, 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes? 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Perhaps one question. Okay. Please.
Yeah, the point. Why is it so complicated, ya kan? Gitu. Yeah. Okay. The question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Tes, ya kan? Ya, teacher now, gitu ya. Teacher are required to go technology, yes?
Yep.
Okay. To master or to use PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, Excel, maybe Pexlab, Canva, and anything, yeah. Okay. So, but now there is our teacher, yeah, our teacher. Our teacher, this is, they maybe cannot use technology. apa they jadi apa mereka itu malas gitu ya, malas atau saya sudah tua gitu ya, rasa ya sih. Terus maybe there is methods for them ya, maybe itu kemudian just input for presentation ya, just input the presentation should be easy to read ya, but the presentation was hard to read. Jadi kami kesulitan membaca presentase Bapak gitu ya, mungkin maybe next time presentation itu apa tulisannya yang jelas gitu ya, yang agak jelas. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, can I answer directly? Okay, there was one. Okay, first, we know that the technology is unstoppable right now, right? We cannot avoid the technology. The technology is inevitable, yeah, and that's the why we think that acknowledging the context, recognizing the context is really important. The contextual knowledge of the teacher to integrate the technology is one of the important factors. When talking about the language teacher education as a prospective teacher, so the technology will be the digital technology that sometimes feels it's like complicated things, yeah. But from that things, they can develop. Probably we cannot use it when we teach in the high school. Yeah. The product could be, yeah, the product can be used. But the way they create some application probably couldn't be used at the high school or secondary or junior high school. Yeah, so it depends on the context. Yeah. So that's why when we say that there are some older teachers didn't or they don't accept the technology, actually we just need to say that the technology can be digital or this traditional one. Yeah. So the context of their learning, probably they don't need the sophisticated technology, but they still need to do the very simple technology like opening words or PowerPoints or others. Yeah. So this is why I understand why you say that the presentation should be with the not too much words in there, because that PowerPoint can be powerless point. This is also one of the way to test the speakers capabilities in presenting the presentation. Yeah, how the presenters can make the audience get focused on the speaker, not only to the slides. Yeah, there's also the point, right? Well, that's a good point. Why? Because people will see easier when it only use a small, not a small text, a short text with pictures. Yeah, with pictures or with sound. Yeah, so that's a good input. Thank you for the input there. And then the point for the older teachers, I think how we approach them to explain how the technology can be used in teaching and learning process. Don't think about the what is the complicated one, but see the context first, see your students, see the situation, so which technology can give the best results for the learning. That's the most important point. Okay, I think that's the time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for all questions and answer, Dr. Iwan Setiawan. And now, for this session, and we will go to the next session, the last keynote session. Thank you very much, Dr. Iwan Setiawan.
Thank you very much.
Please give applause.
Sembari menunggu keynote speaker berikutnya, untuk para peserta dipersilahkan jika belum mengambil snacknya boleh diambil di pojok ruangan ini. Last but not least, we are going to listen to a speech from Professor Benjamin Roth from University of Cologne, Germany. And once again, Dr. Safrudianur is going to be serving as the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Benjamin Roth and Dr. Safrudianur.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, Professor Benjamin.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
I hear you, yes. Can you hear me or hear me is a question?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you. And you can.
Thank
can hear
you.
me? No. Well, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I will move there.
Okay, while there is this short break, maybe I can tell you something about what you are going to hear.
Okay.
And I want to say that I prepared a video yesterday for this presentation because I'm not sure if my internet connection holds the whole time. So you're going to see a video, but I will be there the whole time, and then I will be there for the discussion afterwards. But for this presentation, which is a bit longer than 30 minutes, you will see a video. So we can make sure that I'm not interrupted because of internet problems. I cannot hear you at the moment. And now there is an echo.
Sorry. Can you hear
Yes,
me
now I hear you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'm sorry, there is problem here, trouble with the sound system. Sorry for
No
the
problem.
inconvenience. Before I continue our discussion, can you, the participant here, can you hear me now? Or should I? Yes? Okay. Okay, Benjamin. before we start your video, I want to read your curriculum vitae. Right? Start. Okay. And before that, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. It's early in the morning, so I'm a bit tired, but
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to
Okay.
discuss with you after the presentation.
Yeah, I miss Germany. Yeah. And your family, twins, everything is
Yes,
good?
they are really well. They are developing so fast. This is really interesting. Every day they learn something new. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will read your CV now. Benjamin Roth is a professor in the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at the University of Cologne. He obtained his PhD in mathematics education at the University of Hanover. Thereafter, he worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Education Freiburg and as a professor at the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. His research interests include mathematical problem posing and mathematical problem solving, and then mathematical giftedness and epistemological beliefs and mathematical critical thinking. He published widely with more recent work on measuring mathematical critical thinking and understanding the problem posing processes. Okay, now we will start to play your video. Okay.
We are facing great challenges. With our need for energy and the industrialization, we are altering our
think
world.
the sound
The
is
climate of the
missing in
planet
the
we live on
video.
is changing, and we are starting to feel the repercussions of our actions. The average temperature
Maybe
is
you want to
rising,
start
which
again.
leads,
There
amongst
are
others, to
30
more
seconds
frequent
missing or so.
wildfires or devastating floods. Other challenges of our time include fighting for gender equality, ensuring healthy lives and well-being for all, as well as providing enough food and clean water for everyone. We are facing great challenges. With our need for energy and the industrialization, we are altering our world. The climate of the planet we live on is changing, and we are starting to feel the repercussions of our actions. The average temperature is rising, which leads, amongst others, to more frequent wildfires or devastating floods. Other challenges of our time include fighting for gender equality, ensuring healthy lives and well-being for all, as well as providing enough food and clean water for everyone. These and other challenges are summarized in the list of 17 global goals for sustainable development. To prepare future generations for such challenges and to help them and us to achieve the aforementioned goals, we need good education for everyone. This is essential in many fields, for example, natural and social sciences, engineering, medicine or finance, and especially mathematics and mathematics education, as we are going to see. Fortunately, living in the so-called information age, we have more knowledge available than any generation before us. At the tip of our fingers, with any device that can connect to the internet, we can find almost any information we might need. This, however, challenges us who work in education. For example, memorizing formulas becomes less and less important. In turn, finding and selecting appropriate information and evaluating it is becoming increasingly relevant. The availability of digital tools will drastically transform learning settings. All around the world, mathematics classrooms often look like this. The teacher demonstrates an algorithm, a procedure, or a rule. The students, who are seated in rows, work individually in exercises to memorize and train what they have been told. And most often, as studies like TIMSS or PISA indicate, this way of teaching is not very effective. After written examinations at the end of the respective teaching units, students tend to forget what they have learned. Additionally, students seem to learn mostly skills for solving routine tasks instead of mathematical competencies like arguing and reasoning, modeling, or problem posing and solving. But what do students need to be able to successfully face the challenges of our time? And what do teachers need to help them gain such skills and competencies? There are, for example, the so-called 21st century skills. That is a list of skills, abilities, and learning dispositions that have been identified as being required for success in our modern society. Looking at this list, we instantly recognize the importance of mathematics education. For example, critical thinking and problem solving is part of mathematics curricula all around the world. Mathematics encourages a special way of communication, and information as well as media literacy requires statistical knowledge. In this presentation, I will address some of the skills for students and teachers that I think are necessary for the future. As this is a scientific conference, I will additionally focus on research methods to gain access to the mentioned skills and constructs. This is important for us as researchers so that we are able to better understand the process of teaching and learning. As we have seen, the challenges are manifold, and in this presentation I want to address 2 affective and 2 cognitive challenges. Starting with epistemological beliefs. So what are epistemological beliefs and why are they important? Epistemology is a branch of philosophy dealing with the nature and justification of our knowledge. Asking questions like, what is knowledge? How is it being generated? How certain is it? The research on beliefs deals with what philosophers characterize as propositional attitude or mental state of having some attitude, stance, take, or opinion about a proposition. So if you take both together, we come to epistemological beliefs that Hofer and Pintridge defined as beliefs about the nature of knowledge and knowing. So why it is important? Looking at this pandemic we are still living in, example A, Arthur wants to get information about wearing protective masks. Does this protect him or others, or is it a restraint? Do they really work? And when we look back at last year in March 2020, a lot of scientists said that masks are useless. And then 2 months later, they suddenly said everyone should wear a mask. So who should Arthur trust? People like Anthony Fauci, who says everyone should wear masks, or people like Donald Trump who say, I don't believe in masks. Another example from natural sciences. So far, Bianca, my example B, has been familiar with experiments in physics classes as follows. The teacher shows a phenomenon, and then in class, they develop an explanation or a theory. And Bianca does not think of experimentation as goal-oriented. She has no idea of hypothesis testing, experiments, or theoretical physics. So for example, this experiment by Rutherford, where he showed that atoms have a nucleus. Bianca would ask, how could you possibly come up with that? Was that a happy coincidence? And my example C, relevance for mathematics. Think of Christina as a mathematics teacher. From her own days at school, she knows the mathematics of rules in red boxes. So the teacher presents a procedure or a rule, then put a box around it, everyone should copy it, and then exercises are given to train this procedure. And during her time at the university, she experienced how mathematics professors work. In all the lectures she had, the content was presented in a deductive order. So they were given axioms and then theorems, proof, theorem, proof, theorem, proof. So she experienced mathematics in a very deductive way and always with someone knowing everything to know. So in her classes, she copies this. She tries to explain everything as well as possible to the students, and then they have to practice it. She never experienced mathematics as an activity where you can explore yourself, where new knowledge is generated or something similar. So how is research on this topic done? This started in the 1950s and 60s with interview, and interviews are still being conducted today. A very famous example is this Venus form by Lederman, the Views of Nature of Science questionnaire. However, since Marlene Schommer introduced her questionnaire in the 1990s, the standard method of measuring beliefs and episodological beliefs have become these self-report Likert scale instruments, where you get statements and then you agree or disagree to those statements. For example, here are some items from the Schommer study. The only thing that is certain is uncertainty itself, or being a good student generally involves memorizing facts, and you agree or disagree to that. And other studies like the German cooperative study also used this kind of instrument to measure beliefs. However, there is a lot of criticism regarding these Likert scale instruments. For example, the social desirability, reliability, and validity. Those instruments tend to represent the positions of the test creators and not necessarily those of the people who take the test. They are designed for large samples, allowing little individual insight or meaningful interpretation. It is difficult to distinguish general from domain-specific beliefs. And most often, they just look for positions, and you cannot be sure how reflected those positions are. Going a bit into detail, social desirability is a huge problem when people consciously or unconsciously give answers to look better in the eyes of the researcher. Regarding reliability and validity, we see, for example, this study by Zakaria and Musiran, where about 85 or 90 or even more % of the participants said that students should be encouraged to justify their solutions. And they all agreed that learning mathematics must be an active process, but the same 96% said that mathematics should be taught as a collection of skills and algorithms. To solve math problems, you have to be taught the correct procedure. So these answers are a bit contradictory. Sometimes context is missing. Statements in such instruments are often very general. So what context or content do you think about when asked about the certainty of knowledge? Do you think about the Pythagorean theorem, which is very certain, or Andrew White's proof of Fermat's last theorem, which is still understood by only a few people in the world? Or when you are asked about learning settings, how calculus-based oriented are they? Do you think about arithmetics, algebra, analysis, or geometry? This really matters, but these items are not specific what they address. There are alternatives to such Likert scale self-report instruments. For example, you can still conduct interviews, but this takes a lot of time, effort, and money. So other instruments have also been developed. For example, rank then rate instruments that have been introduced to mathematics education by Safruddin Noor. You also are given statements and you should rate them on a Likert scale, but before you do so, you have to rank them. You have to put them together, think about which of these statements is more important than the other. Then you have to rate them in consideration of the others. So for example, you give them those ranks. This is the most important, the second and the third. And then your rating has to show this ranking. But you can still differentiate. Is the first and the second very close to each other? For example, 7 and 6, or is the first far more important than the second? And these instruments have been proven to be better regarding validity and also social desirability. In a study by Safruddin Noor, we compared such a rank then rate instrument with a classic Likert scale instrument and interviews, assuming that interviews give us the best way of measuring students' beliefs, or in this case, teachers' beliefs. And we could show that the rank then rate instrument provided us with results that were more similar with the interview than the classic Likert scale instrument. Okay, let's put the spotlight on a second affective challenge, mindsets. The theory of mindsets has been introduced by Carol Dweck and she says, the power of yet. I heard about a high school in Chicago where students had to pass a certain number of courses to graduate. And if they didn't pass a course, they got the grade not yet. And I thought this was fantastic, because if you get a failing grade, you think, I'm nothing, I'm nowhere. But if you get the grade not yet, you understand that you are on a learning curve. It gives you a path into the future. Mindsets are the way we think about abilities and talents, and they are on the spectrum between fixed and growth mindsets. There has been a lot of research on mindsets, and for example, when you have fixed mindset, you think that abilities are innate and unchangeable, whereas when you have a growth mindset, you think that abilities can be improved through practice. People holding a fixed mindset think that failure is permanent, whereas growth mindset people think that failure is a chance to learn. Feedback is often regarded as a personal attack by people with a fixed mindset, or as a chance to improve by people with a growth mindset. People with fixed mindsets tend to choose easier tasks because it doesn't matter what they do. They show less effort and give up easier, whereas people with a growth mindset tend to choose more challenging tasks. They work harder, they work hard to improve themselves, and they are easier to accept challenges. People with a fixed mindset often focus on measurable outcomes, grades, whereas people with a growth mindset focus on the process or the journey to get somewhere, to learn something. And especially people with a growth mindset are far more successful in school and university and in their jobs. And the good message here is that mindsets are developed by experience and can be taught. So people can learn to have a growth mindset. This is not easy, however. So for us as teachers, it is important to create learning environments with positive feedback culture and a positive way of dealing with mistakes. We need to give appropriate feedback and act according to it. For example, we shouldn't praise intelligence. You are a good student. You are a very intelligent student, but we should praise effort and strategy. You did very well. You showed a lot of effort, so that students can see and learn that when they put effort into something, they can get better. So whenever someone says, I cannot do it, then we should say, okay, you cannot do it yet. So you can learn to do it. And this really makes a difference. Looking at research on mindsets, I found a study from Indonesia, but this is typical for research in this area, that mindset often is researched with, again, these self-report Likert scale instruments. And we've already seen that this should or might be criticized. So there is a lot of room to improve on research in this area. So maybe some of you are going to do this and invent new methods how to do research on this. Looking at the first example of a cognitive challenge, problem solving. So what is problem solving? Alan Schoenfeld said, let me begin with a definition. For any student, a mathematical problem is a task, A, in which a student is interested and engaged, and for which he wishes to obtain resolution, and B, for which a student does not have readily accessible mathematical means by which to achieve that resolution. So this is a very important. Problem solving is about solving tasks for which you do not have a procedure or an algorithm. This implies that tasks are not problems in and of themselves. It depends on the people, on the solver, whether they know an algorithm or not. And most of the textbook or homework problems, especially in the English language, everything is called a problem. Most of these problems assigned to students are not problems according to this definition, but just exercises. So think about problem solving. We really need challenging tasks. Why is this important? There are many reasons why problem solving is important for our future, dealing with the challenges we face, but also for mathematics. Paul Helmers, a famous mathematician, once wrote, "What does mathematics really consist of? Axioms, theorems, proofs, concepts, definitions, theories, formulas, methods." Mathematics could surely not exist without these ingredients. Nevertheless, none of them is at the heart of the subject. The mathematician's main reason for existence is to solve problems, and that, therefore, what mathematics really consists of is problems and solutions. So if we want to teach our students about mathematics, and not just calculus, then we need to teach them how to solve problems. And when we think of problem solving in learning contexts, we can learn about problem solving for and via. Learning about problem solving is what we do at the moment. You get some information about this activity of problem solving. Learning for problem solving is training students to become better problem solvers, teach them heuristic techniques and so on. And learning via problem solving is using problem solving in teaching to promote other content. For example, learning about the perpendicular bisector via a problem and finding this concept for your own. And we're going to focus a bit on this. A typical teaching unit all around the world looks more or less like this. There is an exploration phase where a new topic is discovered. Then elaboration phase where this is systematized, where rules and algorithms are formulated. And then there is a deepening phase where this, what has been learned, is exercised so that it is memorized and used. And traditional teacher-centered units often look like this. At the beginning, there's a short exploration and then elaboration, maybe alternating a bit, but then most of the time there is exercising. In a teaching experiment, we tried it a bit differently. We took more time at the beginning of the unit to give the students a problem and give them time to work on this problem. And then we talked about the problem with them. And then they, of course, did some exercises also in the teaching unit. And to find time for this problem at the beginning of the unit, we just cut some of the exercises. And in this study, we could show that this really works. The students in this problem-based teaching do not learn less than the students in the traditional teacher-centered classes. And those students might even learn more because they learn about problem solving. And we have first hints that they might remember longer and better what they learned because they discovered it for themselves. However, this is still a challenge for teaching this problems in exploring. What are good problems for mathematics teaching? We especially need problems that fit the curricula and help teachers to teach via problem solving instead of those matchstick problems that have nothing to do with the curricula we need to teach. If you want to learn more about classrooms in which students are highly engaged solving problems, then I recommend to you Peter Liljedahl's work of building thinking classrooms. Peter questioned every teaching norm there is and did a lot of experiments and micro experiments to see what works best. And he proposes classrooms in which students are working in groups of 3, and it's important that those groups are randomly assorted and they are working on whiteboards. So they are standing and working on a vertical area. And the students in these classrooms, they work on curricular tasks, but they are not told in advance how to solve them. So all these curricular tasks are problems for them, and they really get into thinking and reflecting about what they are doing, and therefore learn deeper than just memorizing a rule, using it, and then forgetting about it later on. So we've seen this, it's not easy to use problems, even though it's very rewarding. What else prevents us from changing classrooms to more problem-oriented teaching? And one of those reasons is what you test is what you get. If problem solving or other process-related competencies like reasoning or modeling is not part of written tests, then students and teachers will not take it seriously. And it's not easy to use non-routine problems in tests. And if problem solving is not part of centralized tests, then teachers will not pay much attention to problem solving in their teaching, but to routine procedures to train their students to be good at those centralized tests. So we really need to think about test culture when we want to change our classrooms. How can we measure problem-solving competence? In the PISA study, they say that problem-solving competence cannot be described as a unidimensional construct. At least analytical and dynamic aspects of problem-solving competence have to be distinguished if all aspects of problem-solving are to be covered. And in PISA, they give problems like this, and then a lot of questions and singular tasks regarding this. For example, a task understanding the problem, working on parts of the problem, reflecting upon the problem, and they give points to this and try to measure all these components of problem-solving competence. But in my eyes, it's still a research gap, how problem-solving competence can best be measured. And this includes heuristic literacy and metacognition and other parts. PISA offers one possible approach, measuring of partial competences, and they use dynamic tasks, but we need to think about alternatives and need to discuss them, how to best measure problem-solving competence, not only in tests like PISA, but also at school in written tests after a teaching unit. Okay, finally, I want to shortly look at digital competencies. In a research project in Cologne, we have thought about what digital competencies teachers need. And we thought about 3 areas. First of all, the teachers need professional handling. They need to be able to use technology themselves, be it a graphic calculator or programs like GeoGebra. Second is they need to be able to use technology for their regular teaching. For example, teaching the Pythagorean theorem, they need to decide if they want to use technology or not, and if they want to use it, which technology for which actions and which activities is technology best used, and so on. And finally, teachers need to be able to teach about technology, help students to use technology for themselves, but this also includes teaching about cyber mobbing, good use of social media, and so on. But this is still a young and developing field, and we need to do a lot of research on such competencies. In this area, Mishra and Köhler extended the famous Schulman idea of content and pedagogical knowledge and pedagogical content knowledge with a new circle of technological knowledge. And then these new intersections, technological content knowledge, technological pedagogical knowledge, and here in the center, technological pedagogical content knowledge, TPEC. And this is often used in studies. For example, Valtonen et al. Address all these areas in a questionnaire to measure these parts of professional teacher knowledge. But again, this is a Likert scale self-report instrument, and we need to improve on this. Drummond and Sweeney use a test where participants are given statements and they should decide whether they are true or false. This is another kind of measure. And in Cologne, we try to develop other items and a new kind of instrument, because being competent is more than just having knowledge. We try our luck with open items. So for example, we asked our participants what mathematical content can be represented well in Excel. Justify your answer in 1, 2, 3 sentences. And then we code the knowledge, what they answer. 0, 1, or 2 points if they give no or a wrong answer, something Excel is not designed for. 1 point for limited usability, for example, just calculating things with Excel and ignoring that the program can also help with graphs and other things. And 2 points for a wide range of applications. And then we also rate the justification of what they have written down. If they give convincing arguments for this or that use of the program. Another example is this item. What are the arguments for and against the use of Excel in mathematics classrooms? And again, they are asked to justify this. Whereas the first question was about knowing what this program can do, technological content knowledge. This question also addresses pedagogical parts of knowledge and competencies, because they have to argue, they have to justify what they do and not just know something. And we also have questions like this. Think about this. You are planning a teaching unit for 3 to 6 hours on the topic terms and equations. Now, please think about the use of digital tools. In your opinion, which digital tools could be used in relation to your lesson? Give reasons for your answer. So this really addresses everything. This addresses the center, TPEC. They have to think about their teaching. They have to use about whether or not using digital technologies and which technologies and tools. And then they have to reason why they want to do this. Does this really help? Does it make procedures faster? Does it allow the use of bigger and more complex numbers and contexts, and so on? So this is our way of trying to measure competencies of teachers. But there is still a lot of research to be done, and any of you could help improving this field. I hope I was able to give you some ideas of what challenges we are facing and what needs to be done in teacher education, and especially in research on teacher education. And I'm looking forward to discuss these and similar matters with you at the conference. Thank you.
good example. The German students were able to solve all those routine questions where they have learned an algorithm. They were really good at those. But other questions and PISA problems where there were non-routine challenges, they were really bad at solving those. And there were other countries like Finland or Singapore that used more of a problem-oriented teaching, and their students were able to both solve the routine tasks and the non-routine tasks. So looking only at PISA, I would say yes, it's really good to use problem-centered, problem-oriented approach to teaching. This better prepares your students for their lives and for international studies like PISA. Another example would be Japan. They also use problem-oriented teaching, and for example, about those. And this kind of teaching, at least in PISA, is shown to be very effective for preparing the students for such comparison studies. So yes, I would say this is a good approach if done correctly. When you do it for the first time, it will be hard for the teacher and hard for the students. But if all are getting used to this kind of teaching, then it will become really effective.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. I very agree with your answer. Thank you. And I think the time is. Benjamin, this is the end. Actually, we want to invite you to come here to Indonesia, but hopefully the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic will end, and we can invite you to come to here.
Yeah, I would be very glad to visit you. I'm really looking forward to visit Indonesia. Yeah, I hope that this pandemic will end soon so that international travels will become easier again and we don't have to fear to get infected and so on. Yeah, thank you for this invitation. I'm really looking forward to travel to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Now please give applause to Benjamin Roth. Actually, so many applause here, but I think we cannot answer. We cannot hear the applause, right? Okay, thank you. And I give back to the MC to. Okay.
So, thank you, Professor Rod and Dr. Sabrudianur for closing the last session for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, speech from Professor Rod was our last agenda on the first day of the conference. Thank you to all keynote speakers for the insightful sharing today. We also thank all participants for being here with us all day. Before we close the conference session for today, we would like to present tokens of appreciation to our invited keynote speakers. To Dr. Zulkarnain MSI, to Dr. Hasbi Syamsir MHum, and Dr. Ridwan Setiawan MPD. We invite the chairperson of the committee, Dr. Reza MPD, to hand in the tokens.
Thank you